everybody. Happy Sunday. I'm Jessie Coffield, here to bring you 90 minutes of DFS and sportsbook tips and picks, aka the sweat. So don't forget to get your questions in and your lineups for the Week 16 Millie Maker. Get those questions in on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, wherever you're watching. Maybe our analysts will answer some of those for you. And speaking of analysts, we've got DraftKings contributors Reed Fowler, Steve Buchanan, and Pierce Dietrich here with us. And it is time for Top of the Morning. So getting your favorite bets on the DK Sportsbook right now. Reed, top of the morning to you. Let's start it off. What is your favorite bet?
Yeah, where's Jeff Ulrich with the top of the morning accent? That was terrible. We need Jeff in here. But no, give me the Rams and Seahawks under 47, I believe it was at. We talked about this a little bit earlier. 9 of the last 11 games for the Rams have gone under. This sets up as a division matchup. It's going to be highly contested because both of these teams clearly want that top spot in their division. Seattle's hit the under in 6 straight games, Jesse, and they just do. They like both teams too. Like especially Seattle have been in 5 of their last 6 games. Not kind of that Jets games have been within 1 score. Just seems like an under. Both of these teams want to establish the run, even though DK Metcalf has been coming up. He sees Jalen Ramsey, so I like the under here.
Okay, Steve, Pierce, how do you feel about Reed's pick of the under here?
I mean, you look at this number and it kind of feels like that this is one you'd be inclined to take the over on, but you look at how these teams have performed hitting the over, and neither side has been good here. 6-8 for the Seahawks, 4-10 for the Rams, which is one of the worst in the league. And then we've kind of seen Seattle struggle on offense, and give the Rams credit. You know, their offense has been completely inconsistent. Their secondary has been consistent all season long. We've kind of seen the Seattle offense go quiet over the past couple of weeks. So if there was a get right spot, it's certainly not this one against the likes of Jalen Ramsey and all that. So this is going to be a really tough game for them overall. Like, I get it. You probably want to take the over on this one because of just the names on paper, but you look at the trends here, trends point to the under.
Pierce.
It seems like the public is kind of following the same logic that Steve's given there. When you look at the people on the page and you look at these prime offensive players, the public's going that way. 70% of the public is on the over, but if you've been paying attention, Seattle's defense is getting healthy. They're getting really good. And as Reed's mentioned, both teams want to run the ball. Even with Cam Akers out, LA still wants to run the ball. Seattle definitely has talked for weeks and weeks about going back to old Seattle offense, and we've seen that. They're not letting Russ cook anymore. Both teams want to run. Both teams can play good defense. This thing definitely can go under.
All right, Steve, let's go over to you now. What is your favorite bet on the DK Sportsbook right now?
Yeah, so this line has been moving all over the place, and now the Colts are half-point favorites against the Steelers, and that's where it should be. They're going to win this game. Seattle. Pittsburgh is just crumbling. Seattle, I guess, is kind of crumbling too. Pittsburgh has just been crumbling, and now you have a Colts team. Are you ready for this, guys? This is pretty impressive. A Colts team as road favorites this season, 5-0 against the spread. They are perfect in those scenarios. Now you're going up against a Steelers team that was so good defensively, but have now allowed an average of just over 26 points per game. They're getting no pressure on the quarterback, and that's been one of the biggest reasons why Phillip Rivers is having so much success. He's got that strong offensive line in front of him. He can throw the ball downfield. There's just way too many ways that you can beat this Steelers team. All of a sudden, nobody wants to side with Phillip Rivers. I'll do it. I'll be that guy, but I don't see how they lose this game, and I like the number where it's at.
I mean, Steve is going to side with Phillip Rivers here. Anybody have a problem with that? Reed and Pierce?
Yeah, I do. Phillip Rivers, look at the teams, look at the defenses that the Colts have played against over the last 6 weeks, Steve. You got Houston Texans twice, terrible. You have the Green Bay Packers, all right, but the run defense not great, which we'll get to in a little bit. Like the Tennessee Titans have a terrible secondary. The Las Vegas Raiders, we saw what they're able to do and what they're capable of last night. So when you take a look at these defenses, the only thing that scares me is that have we seen this Colts team go up against a defense that is, of stature? And Pittsburgh, yeah, I get it. They haven't been the same. They faced a lot of injuries. They're not getting to the quarterback as much as possible or as much as they can. And you've seen Phillip Rivers not get sacked at all over the last few games, which credit to the Colts defense, the Colts offensive line. I'm siding a little bit more with Pittsburgh. This line, like Steve mentioned, moved before Monday night. It was in the Steelers' favor, and all of a sudden it swung way over to, I think, the Colts -1.5. Now, it's like Steve mentioned, it's closer to a pick 'em. But I'm just going to side with the Steelers here. I think this is a spot where they just need this. And I get that's just all narrative, but I'm not necessarily trusting the Colts offense that much, and their defense has also been atrocious over the last few games.
But the Steelers needed it on Monday night, and they couldn't get it. And at least
the
Colts, maybe their schedule's been weak, but at least they're winning the games. The Steelers have a weak schedule too, and they're losing. It really comes down to the Steelers' offensive line is terrible. They've got all kinds of injuries, and they're just not going to survive a 16-game schedule if you don't have an offensive line, and we're starting to see that. Plus, we're seeing the old narrative of old Ben Roethlisberger wearing out through the season. And, if you don't get those yards after a catch and big plays like they were getting earlier in the season, then you're not getting that huge offensive production from the Steelers. Ben Roethlisberger's not throwing the ball consistently downfield, and that's exactly what the Colts want to do. The Colts try to limit the deep pass. They'll let you throw those passes underneath, and I just don't see how the Steelers are going to get any points. They couldn't score on the Bengals. They're not going to steal on the Colts. I like the Colts.
All right, Pierce, we go to you for your favorite bet on the DK Sportsbook. What is it?
T. Higgins over 55.5 yards. Tyler Boyd's going to be out, so 22% of the target share. It's got to go somewhere, and it's more than likely going to go to Higgins. Here he gets 7 targets a game. He should at least get 10 targets. He's facing Houston, 28th pass DVOA. Their secondary is plagued with injuries. Bradley Roby, their best cornerback, he's been suspended a couple weeks ago. We've seen their defense get even worse. It's more than likely that Higgins is going to be facing Phillip Gaines, who's questionable if he even plays. If he plays, great. Then Higgins gets to face a guy with a bad knee or whoever they throw at him. If you look at what Houston's done this year in their secondary, they're just getting picked apart. Their best game of the year defensively was during a monsoon, and there's not a monsoon in the forecast today. So T. Higgins, 55.5 yards. I really like this. No one's really looking at the Bengals. I think that this game has got some DFS upside, but 55.5. Let's say the game is a blow. Somehow the Bengals win, then Higgins is going to have a big deal in that. And if they get blown out, which the Bengals like to do, then you got to imagine that he's going to get the garbage time to get over the 55.5.
Steve, I've seen you enthusiastically nodding along while Pierce was talking.
Yeah, Pierce usually doesn't say many things that make sense, but he's been great this segment. Congrats to him for having a good week. Week 16 only took a little while, but happy for you to be here. I agree wholeheartedly. Tyler Boyd is the guy in this offense when he's healthy. He's not healthy. Joe Mixon is not healthy in this one. So the ball's got to go to somebody, and it should be going to T. Higgins. That's why T. Higgins has been seeing increased ownership as the week has gone on. Only 4,700 on DraftKings and daily fantasy purposes. But, if there's a secondary that you can go over this total against, it is by far the Houston Texans. They are one of the teams you'd want to target against, like the Falcons and the Seahawks. So this is a great spot for him. He's a great cash game play as well at only 4,700. So I completely agree with Pierce. It doesn't happen very often, once in a couple blue moons, but today's the day, Pierce.
Awesome. Reed, what do you think?
Look at it, like Pierce just grinning from ear to ear. Steve on that Christmas hangover. Just love it. He's just in a good mood. Where's Kenny Ducey when you need him?
I was expecting the Kenny treatment.
Yeah. At first, he wasn't my favorite Higgins on this slate. But yeah, look, since news has come through, no, all kidding aside, T. Higgins, he's that guy, right? And Ryan Finley, for as weird of a season this has been through all the, and the Bengals beating the Steelers, T. Higgins has seen a consistent amount of workload over the last 3 weeks. It's a known, right? Gio Bernard should fit into this game as well, but he's not someone that you put your offense around. So I like it.
All right, guys, I want to get a quick take on what's quickly become a potentially interesting game. Also, just kind of the biggest news of the day, but Browns are going to be without their 3 top receivers today against the Jets. Is there anything from this game that you're looking at, or is it a stay away spot for all of you? Reed, what do you think?
Nick Chubb is going to get 500 yards rushing. No, the Jets, they're we always talk about, right? The Jets are a decent team against the run. That's just because they're terrible against the pass. And so just teams have decided to pass. And so their stats, even though we see some pretty good stats of the Jets run defense, it's been pretty good. But Nick Chubb is one of those running backs kind of in that same, not exactly the same, but close to a guy like Derrick Henry, where he gets the ball and he gets an open field. He's off. And he's one of those rare talents with speed and strength. He's one at $7,800 you can potentially go to. And these tight ends might get a ton of work. Austin Hooper getting a ton of ownership right now. I probably lean more towards the running backs.
Steve, Browns and Jets, anything you're looking at, or do you just want nothing to do with it?
Yeah, so going from a daily fantasy perspective, Reed just said that Austin Hooper's going to get a ton of looks. It wouldn't be surprising if they're running a ton of 2 tight end sets, and they're basically going to be receivers. So, like in tournaments, you should be looking at Harrison Bryant. You should be looking at David Njoku, because with all these receivers out, and then the guys that are receivers signing off the practice squad, haven't even been practicing with Baker Mayfield, these are guys that he does have a rapport with, and that's kind of what you're looking for in this one. And the Jets are awful against opposing tight ends. So, like, it lines up perfectly. There's nothing wrong with taking Hooper 35. 500, but if you want to differentiate, get some low-owned guys, Harrison Bryant, David Njoku, those are the guys you want to be looking for at the same price point, by the way, as Parham from the Chargers, who is also seeing some 10+% ownership in that game because Hunter Henry is out. That's one way to differentiate yourself in a tournament for this week.
Okay, I mean, Pierce, anything to add different than what these guys said?
Well, we've got to mention Marvin Hall. It's a risky play, but he's $3,000. So if you want to take that risk, that's fine. The tight ends seem safe. Chubb seems safe. And it's not that crazy to consider Chubb and Hunt at the same time. Typically, you wouldn't do that, but we could see Hunt playing almost a Jarvis Landry role in this game, being on the field, lined up for as a receiver plenty of times. So that's not the craziest thing.
Yeah, Jamison Crowder on the other side, too, possession receiver against, this Cleveland defense who's not been great. I think you bring it back with him. I don't think he's going to get a ton of looks as well in this game.
All right, guys, segment 1 is in the books. When we return, we're putting it on the board, and Jeff will be here, so we're going to see some great drawings. We'll be right back. The Sweat, presented by the DraftKings Sportsbook. Thanks for doing that. I'm Jessie Coffield. I'm here with DraftKings contributors Pierce Dietrich, Jeff Ulrich, and the fantasy girl Rosalie Michaels for Put It on the Board. So you guys have whiteboards. You're going to use those to write down how many fantasy points you think each player will have. You're all going to reveal them at the same time, and then you're going to make your case. We're going to see what the disparity between each other's picks are. We're going to make fun of each other. Jeff's probably going to draw some stuff. It's going to be amazing. So let's start with Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield, everybody. Baker Mayfield. How many fantasy points is he going to have? You're putting it on the board, and you're going to reveal it to me when I'm just like watching Jeff. It really looks like he's drawing something. Pierce is ready. All right, let's do it. 3, 2, 1, a reveal. Okay, 18.69 for Jeff and Baker in a chef's hat, or a baking hat. 20 points for Pierce, and Rosalie has 23.4. So Rosalie, you have him with the highest number of fantasy points. Make your case.
Yeah, well, number one, Baker's just been hot lately, right? He's been scoring a lot. Now he gets a Jets defense that's allowed the 4th most fantasy points per game to their opponents overall. 30 passing scores, which is 2nd in the league. So there's lots of opportunity. Yeah, I know he's got a lack of wide receivers this week. That could be a problem. But he does still have Kareem Hunt, who is, essentially going to be a pass catcher for him. He does still have, his tight ends. And, Marvin Hall has had some experience in the NFL as opposed to some of the practice squad players they're bringing up. So this is more about who they're going against, more so than Baker, in my opinion. Although, you ride the hot hand, and Baker's the hot hand right now.
Yeah, Pierce, do you think he's going to have a hot hand? You have him racking up 20 fantasy points. Make your case.
Yeah, I had him as high as 24. I dialed it back with the latest news. And losing Beckham, that's been addition by subtraction, but losing your entire receiver core, that might be losing a little bit too much. He still has good tight ends. Marvin Hall might be serviceable. Kareem Hunt will line up as a receiver. But in the end, it really just, it's the Jets. It's a terrible pass defense. It's not as easy to run against them. They should still be able to move the ball on the ground, but they should be able to pass regardless of the receivers. And as Rosalie mentioned, Baker Mayfield's been incredibly hot. He's playing for a contract right now. So I imagine him to continue to pour points on the board. Yeah, it's going to be tough, but it's the Jets. He should be fine.
All right, Jeff, Mr. Baker in a baking chef's hat. Explain why you only have him. I forgot what your number was. 18 point something?
0.69. Yes. Look, Baker's playing good, but I mean, if he has a really good game here, the Browns might just cut all their wide receivers for next year. I mean, this is I still think he's going to play well. I still think the Browns win. I just feel like his fantasy upside is probably a little bit more muted, which is why I put him under 20 points. There's only so much you can do with Austin Hooper and Kareem Hunt, but I still think it'll probably be enough to beat the Jets.
All right, guys, some breaking news. Dwayne Haskins will start today versus Carolina per source. Alex Smith is inactive. So just something to note for you guys. Let's move on to Miles Sanders. How many fantasy points do we think Miles Sanders is going to have? He only had 10 in his last game. So what do we think it's going to be today? Favorable matchup against the Cowboys here. And let's reveal it in 3, 2, 1 reveal. All right, Pierce says 24. Rosalie says 16.3. Jeff says 22.22, and I have no idea what you drew. Jeff, we'll let you start.
It's not good work by me. Sorry. Just forget I did that.
Wow. Okay, we'll try, but make your case for 22.
Oh, 22.2. I mean, look, it's Dallas. They're allowing 5 yards per carry. They're probably the worst rush defense in the NFL. Sanders has taken over 80% snap share in each of his last 2 games. They're playing him more with Jalen Hurts. I don't know why, but they are. I still think his red zone opportunities are a little, and his PPR totals are a little bit muted with Hurts, but he's getting way more snaps, and it's the worst rush defense in the NFL. So I think it's actually a pretty good spot for him.
Rosalie, you like this spot for him?
Well, yeah, I like him a little less than the other guys do, just because I think Jalen Hurts will vulture some of those goal line touchdowns that we would hope Miles Sanders would get. So I still think, again, Jeff said, yeah, they're one of the worst. They are the worst rush defense. They give up the most rushing yards per game. They give up the second most points per game to opposing offenses. They are pretty good against running backs versus the pass, though, so that limits his upside there. But again, Jeff mentioned the rushing yards there. So he may get a touchdown, he may not. I'm just giving him really rush yards opportunity there.
Pierce, make your case.
So we know that Dallas is a bad defense. They looked decent last week, but one of the reasons was they're playing for the 49ers, and the other reason was they were healthy. This week they could be without 5 starters on the defensive side. We've seen this before early this season where their defense was banged up and they got absolutely obliterated. And now they're facing Jalen Hurts, who is causing all kinds of problems for defenses to deal with. He's setting up the big plays. We saw the big play from Miles Sanders against New Orleans. He almost had a big play last week with a screenplay. Dallas is allowing the 4th most second-level yards, 7th most open field yards. So there's really a great opportunity here with the read option to have these giant big plays. So he might get touchdowns vulture, but I'm really expecting one of those big 80-yard runs again.
All right, guys, let's move on to Le'Veon Bell. Lev Bell, everybody. As we know, Clyde Edwards-Helaire is out, so this guy probably going to have a bit of a bigger workload with that news coming down. So, Lev Bell, what do we think? I think Jeff's been working on his art for a couple minutes. So
the last one was just terrible. I feel bad about it, actually.
It's okay, Jeff. We love you anyway. All right, let's reveal in 3, 2, 1. Oh, wow, that art's beautiful. 14.20, 14.1 for Rosalie. And Pierce has 18. So, Pierce, you have this guy having the highest number. Explain why.
They should get at least 10 carries in this and probably, 7 targets or more. I mean, if you just look at that's what the average on the season, 7 passing targets. I imagine most of those are going to go to Lev Bell. and he's facing an Atlanta team that doesn't guard receivers particularly very well, and especially not receiving running backs. We're expecting a lot of points in this game. Ultimately, it probably have a pretty pedestrian day, maybe 50 yards on the ground, 40 yards receiving, a handful of receptions. But really, I'm just banking on him falling in the end zone, and that's going to make it all worth it.
Okay. Rosalie, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Pierce is right, and he's got much more of an opportunity to score, on the goal line than CEH does, because we know that CEH can't get through that line. So he's got a little bit of upside there, but I just think, again, where you attack the Falcons is in the air. You don't attack them on the ground. They've actually been pretty good on the ground and haven't given up a whole lot of fantasy points to the to the running back position. We saw them hold Josh Jacobs. We saw them hold the Denver guys, but that's not a big deal. Dalvin Cook, only 4.3 fantasy points. So it's, there's not a lot of opportunity here, I think, for Lev Bell. I think there's going to be a lot more air game here. And when you look at what CEH has done over the past few weeks, he's been, talk about pedestrian, very pedestrian. So I don't expect them to change the game plan up just because it's Lev Bell instead of CEH.
Okay, Jeff, your art this time around is much better. I love the bell. 14.4. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, Lev Bell, Darrell Williams was getting snaps when Lev Bell and Clyde Edwards-Helaire were healthy. So Darrell Williams is going to get snaps here. Like, I'd be kind of surprised if Lev Bell played more than 65%. They haven't really been using the running back position that much this season anyways. Like, when was the last time we really talked about the Chiefs running back being a massive, you have to go back to like last year with Damian Williams. So I don't know. I think Lev Bell's probably okay at 5,800, but I think there's better plays with better upside there. I think I'd rather play Kareem Hunt.
All right, guys, let's move on to Robert Woods. Robert Woods, what do we think? How many fantasy points is he going to have this time out? He had 21.6 in that last game, that loss to the Jets. So is he going to stay productive today? Let's see what you guys think. Is he going to stay productive against Seattle? We're going to reveal in 3, 2, 1. All right. Pierce says 14. Rosalie says 24.5. Jeff says 21.99, and he drew some woods. Those are beautiful, those woods. Rosalie, you have him having the least, so tell me why.
Do I have him having the least or the most?
Oh, was that Pierce had the least, I think.
Yes.
I was really distracted by Jeff's drawing of the woods.
I know, it is distracting.
Okay, Rosalie, let's go with you then. I think you have him having the most.
All right. Well, yeah, when you watch the fact that he could still put up that amount of fantasy points, even when Goff was playing horrendous last week, now he gets the Seattle Seahawks, which I think they've been doing much better as of late versus the wide receiver. But the volume alone for Robert Woods just gives me the opportunity, gives me the high ceiling that he can have in this game. He was the number 7 wide receiver last week. And it's the third time in the last 7 games where he's finished as a top 10 receiver. And he's getting all the targets, 8 targets in 6 of the last 7 games, sorry. And then he's had 3 games with 11 plus targets. So the volume is absolutely there. And again, when you're going against the Seahawks, which, with skill position players, wide receivers account for 55.3% of the fantasy points that Seahawks give up to those players. So this Bobby Trees being the number 1 guy, getting the volume, getting the opportunity, he's going to have a big day today.
Jeff, is he out of the woods? I'm sorry.
Look, he's the number 1 wide receiver on the Rams, and I like Seattle to win this game, and their defense is playing better, but that might actually be good for him. Like, he's going to get some points, right? I don't think it's going to be a massive day, but I think even if in catch-up time, I mean, he might just get 12 targets and just get there from yardage, like hit the bonus and get like 7 catches as well. I kind of feel like it's going to be that kind of day. He's just good. Robert Woods is just good, and he's kind of undervalued all the time. I think, I don't think it's going to be a monster day because I think Seattle's defense is playing a lot better than people realize, but he's still going to get some points.
All right, Pierce, you do not think this guy is going to get nearly as many points as these guys do, so tell us why.
I agree that the volume's going to be there, but I don't know if it's necessarily good volume. Shaq Griffin's back. He's healthy. He's been playing well. So is Dunbar on the other side. And we've seen Seattle since week 10. They've only allowed one 300-yard passer. That was Jared Goff in week 10. And that was when both cornerbacks were out. Over that span, they're averaging just one touchdown per game. The defense is playing better because they're not constantly on the field, because the offense is running the ball, running the clock. It's giving the defense a little bit of a break. It's also limiting the amount of plays from their opponents. I think Woods has a decent day, but they keep him out of the end zone, and that's going to limit his upside.
All right, guys, you three are great. Thanks for putting it on the board. We're going to examine some betting trends after we watch Emerson Lazio with DallasCowboys.com writer Nick Eatman on what's going right for the Cowboys lately and today's very important divisional matchup.
What has been like the key for this improved squad over the last couple games?
You know, I look at there's different guys that are playing well.
Yeah.
DeMarcus Lawrence is playing much better than he was early in the season. He was injured early, and he really was in and out of the lineup. You're really starting to see him kind of wreak havoc more. And then they have a safety back there, Donovan Wilson, who, you know, is a 6th-round pick. This is his second year. And even last year in the preseason games, you remember those preseason games they used to play?
Yeah. Back in the day.
Plays. He'd make plays, and they were like, why isn't he on the field? Fans would be like, and we didn't have a good answer. And then now that he's starting to play, and he's been out for a couple games, he comes back from an injury, and he makes a diving interception. I mean, he's a playmaker and a hard hitter. So I think he's been a real difference maker for them at the safety position.
And DeMarcus Lawrence, as you mentioned, it kind of feels like he got snubbed a little bit for the Pro Bowl, dude.
Those it comes down to stats and that. And I was just saying this on another show just now. I think that is a one flaw system from the Pro Bowl is they need to figure out. It's affecting defensive ends. It's affecting outside linebackers. If you play in a 4-3 scheme, let's, for instance, Jalen Smith, and I'm not saying Jalen should have made the Pro Bowl. He leads the league in tackles, but he's had some questionable plays. But if you're an outside linebacker in a 4-3, you're never going to make it because the outside linebackers in a 3-4 scheme are getting sacks. And so that's one stat that's going to go over you. And I just think that there needs to be a pass rusher role or spot in there because that's pretty much the way it is. But DeMarcus is playing well. I don't think he's got enough of the stats, though, as some of the others.
Speaking of stats, some pretty good ones for Tony Pollard. A big game for him with Elliott out. I mean, you wrote how he really showed what type of talent he is. So how do you see him fitting in, like, with this offense, even, with Elliott moving forward?
You see, that's the key. I think you said it best. That's what this offensive coordinator, Kellen Moore, that's what the offense needs to figure out. I thought he played a really great game. But I don't think he did things in the same way that Zeke does. They're not built the same. They're not the same exact runner. I think they need to figure out how to do that. Pollard is great in space. He ran a lot of plays in that game that I don't know why Zeke couldn't be on the field or at least active for those games. So I just keep pointing back to the Saints a few years ago. They drafted Alvin Kamara. When the Cowboys drafted Pollard, they said they want him to be like Kamara. Well, good luck with that. I mean, everybody wants a Kamara.
Right.
But the thing is Kamara made the Pro Bowl, and so did Mark Ingram that same year for the Saints. So it's possible to have a role like that and also have one of those bell cow backs. That's what I think the Cowboys need to try to figure out. Zeke's going to be here. The contract is what it is. He's going to be here. It makes no sense to get rid of him. But I think that those two guys can work together, and it could be a dynamic offense with those two.
It's still a race for the playoffs. Even a couple of games ago, that is like the division has been, and people like to make jokes about it. It may be the most exciting division race right now around the league. What percentage are you giving the Cowboys to take the division?
I keep seeing where I don't forgot what it might be like on NBC where they're doing their poll, their pollster. He goes out there and does all that. 5%. It seems like it would be higher than that. But it'll come down to Carolina and Washington. I thought it was interesting that the NFL decided to move that game to from noon Central up to 3:25, just so you don't, because Washington wins that game, both the Philly and the Cowboys are out. So for ratings, you want to keep it all going, keep it alive. I just don't see Washington losing two games. And the key was Washington Pittsburgh. That was the key. When the Steelers lost that lead and lost that game, that just put Washington in the driver's seat. And their defense is defense travel. Defense plays in whatever the weather. The defense will be there. They're a strong defense, and I just don't see them losing 2 games to teams that have their flaws in Carolina and Philly.
Man, Washington's going to be motivated for that Carolina game too. The Ron Rivera Bowl, the revenge game, baby.
Yeah, it's weird when the Cowboys are like, Cowboy fans are asking, and I get it on Twitter. It's not so much about who playing Jalen Hurts or playing the Eagles and all that stuff. The question I've gotten a couple times is McCaffrey playing for them? We don't even blame Carolina, but they want to know, is McCaffrey going to play against Washington? So that's the fun time of this year.
It's a glorious Sunday morning, and you are here watching The Sweat because we're talking all things NFL before kickoff at 1. And by we, I mean me, Jessie Coffield, and DraftKings contributors Pierce Dietrich, Kenny Ducey, and Jeff Ulrich. Gentlemen, this is Trendsetters. We're talking betting trends that you have your eye on this week. Pierce, let's get your trend, and then Kenny and Jeff, you guys can react.
The Washington football team has covered 5 games in a row. Meanwhile, Carolina has lost 8 of 9 games. That only win was against a terrible Detroit team that basically gave up. I know Haskins is now going to be the quarterback, but the reason that you support the Washington football team isn't necessarily because of the offense. It's because their defense is really good. Carolina, 25th when it comes to drive success rate. One of the reasons why Carolina struggled all year, aside from not having Christian McCaffrey, is they cannot sustain drives. They can't put points on the board. Now they've got to face the 3rd best defense with an excellent pass rush. Even with Haskins, as long as he's not making really bonehead plays, and he really didn't make too many a couple weeks ago, but I still think you can support the Washington football team. The public all week has been all over Washington. The smart money has been all over Washington. I know there's a shift now, but I'm going to stick with the good defense here.
Jeff, how do you feel about Pierce sticking with his betting trend?
This is a really tough one because I sort of want to like Washington, but I'm just not going to back Dwayne Haskins. The problem with me really trying to get on Pierce here is that Brian Burns is out for Carolina as well. So that's made me tepid on this game overall. I don't really like this one though, to be honest. I think I do not want to trust Dwayne Haskins to win a game here. I also am on the Jalen Hurts bandwagon. So Washington has to lose this game to set up the week 17 matchup for the Eagles to get the miracle win here. So I'm against Pierce on this one. I like other spots better, but he's right. Washington has been kind of a cover machine lately. And realistically, you shouldn't care too much about the quarterback with Washington. But I kind of think Carolina is a more solid team than Pierce is letting on.
Kenny, for or against?
This one's tough. This is like a stay away game for me. I can't figure out the Panthers for the life of me. They're 4-10. They feel like a really bad team, but then they've shown up in some big games and they lost to Drew Lock. I don't know what to think here with the Panthers. And then on the other side, I love the football team. The football team is, I've been clamoring for weeks. Take them to win the division outright. The odds were fantastic. And I do think that they're going to win the division here. But Dwayne Haskins, we saw him last week. He just presents all sorts of problems. I think in the end, I do side with Pierce if I have to pick a side here. This is just the better team. This defense is still very good. And the Panthers have really just found ways to lose all year, despite having a lot of talent, having a lot of promise. No CMC has been a big part of that. But I could get behind the football team here.
Okay, Kenny, let's get your betting trend.
Sure. Well, I think that this Jacksonville Jaguars line is pretty insane. So it started off, the Bears opened at 3.5-point favorites. They are now all the way out to 8.5-point favorites. That is a 5-point swing. It's the biggest swing on the slate. And I think that the Jacksonville Jaguars go out here and cover this game. This is a team that has had 6 one-possession losses this year. They haven't been great against the spread, but they have been 4-3 over their last 7. Almost all of their covers have come of late. They do go back to Mike Glennon today, so I'm not sure if that's good or bad. I think it might be good. Gardner Minshew clearly is not the what's going to cure what ails them, right? I think ultimately they can actually win this football game. We know the Bears have been very bad covering spreads. We know the Bears have been giving up leads late. Mitch Trubisky has been very erratic over his career, and to boot, the Jaguars are 2-1 in non-conference games against the spread this year. So they've covered 2 of the 3 times they've played the NFC. So I think the Jaguars are worth a look.
Pierce, do you think the Jaguars are worth a look?
Yeah, they're worth a look with Mike Glennon at quarterback. If Minshew is playing, then this probably is an easy cover. Or maybe they get a backdoor cover, and that's really what we're talking about here. I can't imagine this thing's going to be a real close game. I can see Glennon getting a couple drives at the end and getting them back in contention. The Bears are playing really well right now. The defense has never really been the problem. Their offense is starting to click. Trubisky's looking maybe not like the quarterback he was promised to be, but he's definitely doing his fair share. Jags are just an absolute mess. I don't want to support a backdoor cover. I think that's really what you're doing with the Jaguars here, and I'd rather stay away and take the Bears to win and cover outright.
All right, Jeff, how do we feel?
Are we going to rename this segment, Kenny's dream sequence or something? I mean, the Jags are not winning this outright, Kenny. Sorry, pal. You're not getting the number one pick back. Look, Mitch Trubisky is playing really good. The Bears are going to more play action. I think they're going to absolutely smoke the Jags. The Cardinals kicked the door open for the Bears to make the playoffs last night. I don't think anything bad is going to happen here. Allen Robinson's probably going to score 4 touchdowns against the Jags just because, it's Allen Robinson against the Jags. So I get it. It's the Bears. Like they're never easy to figure out. They haven't been all year since Matt Nagy took over, but they're playing good football. David Montgomery's playing the best football of his life too. He could run for another 150 yards. I think the Bears actually cover this.
All right. How about your trend, Jeff? Let's get your betting trend.
All right, let's go to Sunday Night Football here. I'm going to give you 2 bets here that I like. Tennessee plus 3.5, and then the over 55.5. Tennessee's 10-3-1 at hitting overs here. So we got a real trend here. Tennessee does not play defense. They just don't. Then they're going up against Aaron Rodgers here, who's going to pick apart an absolutely terrible secondary. Tennessee's getting 1 sack per game, which is last in the league. Aaron Rodgers is going to sit in the pocket, pick apart the secondary. And then on the other end, you've got Derrick Henry. You've got 2 big play wide receivers. So I think the over is very much in play. And then as far as covering goes, Tennessee is 6-3 as away underdogs since Mike Vrabel took over with Ryan Tannehill, quarterback. They're very good in this spot. Underdogs on the road. We saw this in the playoffs. I think this is a spot where Tennessee could win outright, but a plus 3.5, give me the points. And like I said, I really like the over in this game.
All right. Let's get a reaction here, Pierce.
I like Tennessee as well. I don't know if I'm going to play them both. With the weather, I don't know if we get the over or not. I can see both teams putting it on the ground and running a little bit more. Maybe Aaron Rodgers passes in the red zone. But overall, I can see the clock just winding away in this game. This is the perfect spot where you would give Derrick Henry 30 carries. And even if he's only getting 3.5 yards per carry, that's going to wind the clock down. And Tennessee will definitely continue to pound the ball with him. But at the end, I think it is going to be a Tennessee game. Green Bay struggles with the run. They're not as bad as they were early in the season, but this is Derrick Henry. It's December. I could just see him just blowing this game or going way past people and having some really big yards.
All right. How do you feel about this one, Kenny?
I think that it's very hard to trust the Packers. They haven't covered in their last 3 games, and it's just been kind of a nightmare with, trying to put away opponents that they should. They seem like they're stumbling into the playoffs here. So everything tells me that I want to take Tennessee, and I think that I can get behind Jeff. I mean, I've been on the Packers so many times this year, and they've disappointed me in so many different ways. And so I do think that their defense is very suspect, and ultimately I think that's what lets them down here. The offense just hasn't been good enough lately to make up for the bad defense. I mean, even beating the Panthers by 8 points, am I supposed to be impressed by that? Like their margins against these bad teams just haven't been big enough. The Eagles, even when Jalen Hurts came in, almost tied up that game. So I think that this could be very close. I think that the Titans ultimately win this game, but getting 3.5 points potentially in what is, I think, a pick'em is a no-brainer.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Hot Takes is next, right after the Favorites podcast on betting angles for the afternoon slate and Monday Night Football.
Your Philadelphia Eagles with Jalen Hurts are now 2.5 point favorites on the road against the Cowboys. Listen, I love Jalen Hurts. Big fan. Think you performed admirably and gave me a scare. But I still like the Cowboys as home dogs. Like, they're just playing better. Like, they're playing better and people are sleeping on them.
Yeah, and it's exciting times right now, Chad. I got a quarterback in Hurts. Matt Mitchell has a quarterback in Josh Allen. And you have a quarterback you have a quarterback in Mitch Trubisky, one of the best QBs in the league right now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, 100%. I have to take my emotion out of it. Of course, I want to bet on the Eagles, and it pained me to fade them last week. And knowing that this is the game that the Eagles, they win this, they can win this division. But like you just said, Cowboys have been playing better. The defense has been playing a little bit better. Home dog, public coming in heavy on the Eagles, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Because this number moved from -1 to +2. So that means
83%.
Wow. That's terrifying as an Eagles fan.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the Eagles fan in me, I hope the Eagles win this game, but the sharper me, the better. I'm happy to take the Cowboys. If this went to +3, this is an automatic play in our competition.
We got a lot of games we're building up here. A lot of games we're going to have to choose from on Saturday and Sunday. And we also, by the way, we have not gone Hornets Nest.
Do you want that to be the Hornets Nest, Jack? Because you might be my only companion walking in with me on that one.
We're in the Hornets Nest. Rams are 1-point dogs, the game that will decide the NFC West.
Woo! Stay away from me. I'll be on the Seahawks side, but I don't want to put this thing in competition. There's too much going on here where the Rams always play the Seahawks really tough. The Seahawks, I don't know how, it's not that I don't trust them. It's just that there's too many things going on with the Seahawks lately that it's like some weeks Russell Wilson's playing really bad. He's completely fallen off the map in the MVP race. Like he's just not even in the top 4 conversation anymore. But the Rams, I just don't want to bet against. I don't want to put this competition just simply because the Rams just had that loss against the Jets. Like how do they not play crazy fired up this week? But I like the Seahawks here, so I'm cool with staying away from this one.
How do you not play crazy fired up against the Jets? Honestly, if you're a professional, you know the opportunity in front of you. You take that opportunity, you win it. You don't put yourself in a position where you have to go on the road against the Seahawks. I mean, I know the Jets are, in name a professional football team, and there are people with pride on their side, but that was a stunning lack of professionalism. I agree with you on the Titans. I don't want the Titans. 75% of the money coming in on the bets coming in on the Titans right now as 3.5-point dogs. I do think Derrick Henry may end up running for 300 yards in this game.
Yeah. So I get it too. This is truly a coin flip game. So you are getting, I had this at 3. I think you are getting good value on the Titans. But the fact that they're the public dog this week, just like last week, the Eagles were the public dog. I stay away from public dogs, or I tend to fade them. So primetime game here with the Packers. Hopefully the money keeps coming in on the Titans, and I can get the best of the number and get the Packers at -3, -2.5. But yeah, I'm with you. We'll stay away.
That's what's going to happen. This last game, look, Monday night game, fitting coda to the end of the season, because you've got the Bills, who have just taken over as the AFC champions, going against the longtime champions, New England Patriots. The Bills, Matt Mitchell of Western New York. The Bills are 7-point favorites on the road.
And that was one of the best things I saw all weekend was Josh Allen posted a video of them getting in. I think it was 2 or 3 in the morning back in New York. And he was driving. All the fans had come. I mean, I know I shouldn't be saying that because I had COVID. And of course, I want these people to be safe. But who cares, man? Bills fans, 20 years, diehard. Everyone loves the Bills Mafia. I had some bad experience with the Bills fans, but come on, I'm from Philly. We have the worst fans in the world. So, I can't say anything bad about Bills fans. They're passionate. I love it. I'm so happy for them. As someone that bet on the Bills to win the AFC East, it's a great feeling knowing that in the summertime, I kind of was like, man, am I really betting against the Patriots to win this division? But now, you were sitting here feeling like geniuses because the Bills ran away with this division. But I'm going to keep my trend going of fading the Bills and losing money. Because once again, I told you this week is a home dog week. There's all these home dogs, and New England's awful. Cam Newton's awful. No one should bet on New England. Everyone should bet on the Bills. The smart side's the Bills, but I have to take New England, especially if they're up. Some books have them +7.5. I cannot take the Bills -7.5 on the road, especially after they just clinched their division. I have to take the Patriots here.
What's up, everybody? This is The Sweat. It's presented by the DraftKings Sportsbook. DraftKings contributors Reed Fowler and Steve Buchanan are here for one of my favorite segments of the show, because I basically just go chill. You two are going to debate hot takes, going to chase or fade. Your biggest hot take for today's Week 16 slate, you're going to debate each other, and I'm going to go take a break. So Reed and Steve, take it away.
Steve, I've been trying to figure out what your hot take is. I have no idea. It's probably a third tight end, like tight end 3 is going to score 20 DK fantasy points, maybe that, maybe a DST, but you know what? I'll go first on Week 16. I'm going to say Deontay Johnson and my Pittsburgh Steelers here. Deontay Johnson will finish inside the top 5 at the wide receiver position, and this game will go over the total by at least 10 points. The thing about Deontay Johnson, right, and what we've heard over the last, few weeks is that this guy cannot catch, that if he drops one more pass, which comes with a lot of credit there because he's been dropping balls and they've been on prime time. And so everyone is seeing it, that if he drops one more ball, that he's going to be benched, right? I just don't buy it. They need this guy. He is, in terms of separation, he's one of the best in the league in yards and separation when he gets off the line of scrimmage. Only 4 games where he hasn't seen double-digit targets. And we've talked about this ad nauseum, Steve, this Colts-Steelers game. This Colts defense, and secondary especially, has not been good. 9.3 yards per target, second highest number in the NFL. You've seen a guy, and especially the Steelers offense, that we've not seen play well over the last 4 weeks. Deontay Johnson has finished as wide receiver 13 and 15 in 2 of those 4 weeks. So even though they're not getting these high total games, Deontay Johnson is still getting it. And look, Indy should have lost, or they came close to losing to Houston last week. They really, kind of got on the skin of their teeth. And I talked about the defenses that the Colts offense has faced. I just think Deontay Johnson is in a great spot. He's at wide receiver 12 right now in pricing. I think he gets inside the top 5. And I think he does better than guys like Tyreek Hill, who I think might be limited in this Week 16 matchup. So I added that special one there for you with Kansas City Chiefs because I know you love the over in that game. But Deontay Johnson, top 5 and the over by more than 10 points in this game.
There's 2 things in life that I know drop: the beat and Deontay Johnson. That is what drops in life. That is why Deontay Johnson is leading the league by 4 drops. He has 12 on the season. Last week was the first week he didn't have a drop in 4 straight games. You want to talk about DK Metcalf dropping the ball? He has 9, by the way. Johnson is the only guy in the league with double-digit drops. And then you have Ben Roethlisberger, who is going to be under pressure immensely in this game against the Colts. When he is under pressure, he is averaging only 5.5 yards per pass attempt. So now we have all these things that we have to combat. We have to make sure that Ben Roethlisberger can get the ball out of his hand. There's number 1. Then if that ball is going through the air somehow, now we have to rely on Deontay Johnson to catch said ball. That's a lot to try to combat this week against what's been a good Colts secondary. Haven't been too hot as of late, but like I said, all Deontay Johnson does is drops. And if that report that if he does drop one more, he's out, there's plenty of other guys he can go to. Chase Claypool, James Washington, Juju Smith-Schuster. Remember that guy? Remember all him? Where's my bike punk? He's also in the mix too as well. So your hot take, you're probably not going to like mine. I despise yours. It is absolutely horrific. It is horrible. It's Week 16. The season's almost over. I hate it.
Which is fine. Like you should hate it, right? The hot takes, you should actually have some disdain towards it because again, this is a hot take segment. The one thing that you mentioned though, that there's more than the drops in this world other than the beat and Deontay Johnson, gravity for one. But like you talk about Deontay Johnson, the amount of drops, this guy has seen the 4th most targets over the last 3 weeks. The drops are there because he's getting targeted double-digit times. And so we talk about volume, which is the only thing we can try and predict, and not Ben Roethlisberger and all of this, or like when he's pressured, yada, yada. I get that. But in terms of the volume, like when you talk about Tyler Lockett, Cooper Kupp, McLaurin is out, Julio's out, Landry is out, Bobby Trees is going to be extremely popular. Talk about a guy who has that upside at $6,300? I think it's there. But go ahead, Steve. Tell me how the Colts are going to, like Naeem Hines is going to score 400 points.
Listen, all I would say was if you start naming off all the drops he had each and every week, you would think you're giving out your locker combination in high school. All right, so here's where I'm going this week, okay? You ready for this one?
I'm ready. I'm scared.
It's not about a player. It's not about a defense. It's not about a tight end.
Coach?
How about the Giants winning outright this week against the Ravens? How about this team coming out of nowhere? They're not going to win the East, by the way, because Washington's got that thing wrapped up. Don't worry about that one. I think the Giants have a legitimate chance to win this week. I love them to cover the spread. As I said, as road underdogs, 6-0 against the spread. They are like, chef kiss. They're so good in that scenario. But what if they make a shocker? What if they're not the only New York team that can create a shocker? Kenny Ducey's out there like kissing his screen as I say this. But I think they have a legitimate chance here. I think they've been utilizing Daniel Jones so much better this season, and it's making a difference. And I know that the Baltimore, we think about them as this, scary, defensive team that you can't, take down. That Giants defensive line is actually so vastly underrated, and they're going to put a lot of pressure on Lamar Jackson. Now, nobody can get out of pressure as good as Lamar Jackson, so I'll give him that. But I think he's going to be uncomfortable in the pocket this week, and I think that's going to create some potential turnovers because that's one thing he's been having issues with this season is turning over the ball. I'm not saying the Giants are going to blow up the Ravens by any means, but I think they have a chance to squeak a win through here on Week 16 when the Giants need it the most. They're still not going to win the division. I told you that, but they need the win at least. Even the Giants to win this week.
Okay, so you're saying that what part of the Giants' offense is better than what's their strength in terms of the offense for the Giants? Is it Evan Ingram who's getting 10 targets?
Here's one thing that they haven't been able to have. They are healthy. They haven't been healthy almost all season long. They are healthy for this game. Ingram's active. Wayne Gallman's actually been a lot better than people expected to as well. Reed, I'm not saying that you look at this and go, yeah, right. Yes, Steve, you're right. But we also didn't think the Jets were going to win last week. Even Coward Kenny, that was his chance to shine, to make a bold take, didn't even take it. This is where the hot take segment, this is where you take your shot. You shoot your shot, shooter.
I agree with that. You get 1 point for the hot take because this is asinine that the Giants are going to win outright 11 points. I'll keep this short. I mean, Lamar Jackson is playing at an MVP level. We talked about the Giants in earlier segment. We're not an SNY anymore, Steve, so you don't have to pander to the crowd. But I just don't see how the Giants here, in terms of that defense, can stop Lamar right now. Maybe 4 weeks ago, if this was a matchup where Lamar and these guys and the Ravens had all of these issues, they're now finally getting back to some sort of consistency. All that COVID breakout stuff is behind them. And Lamar Jackson right now was 70% completion, I think, over the last couple of games, which is way better. I just take a look at all of these spots in the Ravens, just at a higher mark than the Giants. I appreciate the hot take. I appreciate that you're choosing one that's a double-digit underdog here. And the Giants have been a great cover team. So I agree with you on that, but I don't know if they can do it, Steve. I appreciate the hot take Week 16 because we need some later in the season.
And I also don't think Deontay Johnson can catch. Jesse?
Okay, those were hot takes, and we had some fabulous one-liners. All right, Chalk Talk is next. The Sweat presented by the DraftKings Sportsbook. We'll be right back. up, guys. You can keep track of DK's biggest contest by following along with DraftKings Leaderboard Live right here at 1 p.m. This live stream on Twitch and YouTube going to keep you up to date on all the big plays and injuries in Week 16, and our DFS analysts will break down the impact of these plays on the big DK contest, like our Week 16 $3 million fantasy football millionaire. So follow along all day throughout the games to find out who's going to become a millionaire today. It all gets going once the 1 p.m. slate of games is underway. But we're not done yet. DraftKings contributors Piers Dietrich, Kenny Ducey, and the fantasy girl Rosalie Michaels are here for Chalk Talk. So who would you pivot to if you're going to fade these expected chalky players? Guys, Jalen Hurts, this dude definitely going to be chalky. Pierce, who would you pivot to? Or maybe you would eat the chalk.
I would pivot to Justin Herbert. Denver has 4 of their starters on the IR. Then you've got Boye, who's been suspended, and Bradley Chubb, who looks like he may not play either. And you're going to have the Chargers, who pass more than any other team in football with 40 pass attempts per game. So you're going to get 40 pass attempts against a depleted secondary with the 3rd highest over-under on the slate. Herbert seems like the place to go.
All right. Who are you going to pivot to, Kenny?
I don't know where I want to go exactly, but I think it's going to be Baker Mayfield at $6,100. This guy was not even touching 200 yards like 3 weeks ago. Now all of a sudden he has just absolutely exploded onto the scene. I mean, you look at 325 yards the last time he faced the Jets. He's 2-0 lifetime against the Jets. If you remember that his first ever career game, he came in relief of Tyrod Taylor. He ripped the Jets for over 200 yards in a half of football. So he loves seeing that team on the other side of the field. And, 8 touchdowns and 1 interception over the last 3 games, 325-yard average. So I think that he is just so hot at the moment. He has a great matchup here. But I wouldn't also hate going down even lower to Matt Ryan at $5,800 in what should be a high-scoring affair coming off his best game of the year. No Julio Jones, no problem with Calvin Ridley being so good last year. But I think it's Baker Mayfield ultimately for me.
All right, Rosalie, you're going to pivot off of Jalen Hurts. Who are you going to?
Yeah, actually, who Kenny just mentioned, I'm going to Matt Ryan. Again, it's going to be a high scoring game with the Chiefs. They don't, let's be real. Atlanta doesn't run the ball all that much anyway, but now they're going to throw it even more. And, people were worried about how can he survive without Julio Jones? Well, we saw him play very, very well last week. And Pierce was talking about volume in throwing, and I do like the Justin Herbert call as well. But yeah, he threw 49 times last week. So he's going to throw again that much. But another great thing was his completion percentage. He completed almost 70% of his passes. He looked really good, and he's got those same people, going right now. And the Chiefs right now, over the last 6 games, they've allowed 15 passing touchdowns. So there's a lot of opportunity there for Matt Ryan to throw those touchdowns. And, when you look at who the Chiefs have held in check, it's Drew Lock, Sam Darnold, and Brian Hoyer. Everybody else has really gone off against them to the tune of a lot of fantasy points. Even Tua got 31 points. Tom Brady, 26.7. Teddy Bridgewater, over 30 fantasy points. So, yeah, I think that Matt Ryan can have a great day today.
All right, let's move on to Nick Chubb. Kenny, who would you pivot to?
I like David Montgomery a lot at $7,700. Look, it's not that much of a savings, right? And I think that he ultimately might be a little chalky too, but he has been the model of consistency lately. You cannot ignore 29 DKFP over the last 4 games. The Bears, thanks to the Cardinals yesterday and some terrible, terrible play from Kyler Murray once again, they now have a chance to make the playoffs. They're going to go guns a-blazing here. I think that they give the ball to David Montgomery in a really soft matchup. Jacksonville Jaguars, bottom 2 of the league against running backs and DK fantasy points. I think that they pound the rock a lot here. And look, I know that the numbers don't say that the Bears have run the football a lot. They're 30th in the league in percentage of run plays. But trust me, Matt Nagy likes to establish the run early. And when he sees success against it, David Montgomery has gotten a large workload. So I do think that they're going to find an easy time running the football. They're going to give it to him a bunch. Also, 4 targets per game over the last 4, which is not too shabby for David Montgomery. He's even been getting involved in the passing game. So perhaps you get 2 or 3 extra points in there, or whatever, 3 to 5 extra points in the passing game to go along with perhaps a rushing bonus for David Montgomery and a touchdown. I think it could be a monster day for him, and I love pivoting to him. I don't understand why people want to keep attacking the Jets rushing defense. 100-yard rusher all season long. Did you learn your lesson last week, Cam Akers? Nope. You're going to just 30% roster on Nick Chubb. Go ahead there. Have fun with that. Him and Kareem Hunt splitting carries. You enjoy that.
Kenny and the Jets. Rosalie, who are you going to pivot to from Nick Chubb?
I love David Montgomery, but he's going to be more chalky than Nick Chubb. Let's be real. That's a supreme matchup for all those reasons that Kenny just said. But I'm going the other direction in this game. Nick Chubb, I'm going with Kareem Hunt. Kareem Hunt, I'm deploying him as a wide receiver. Let's remember that they don't have any wide receivers right now. Who is Baker Mayfield, who Kenny just talked about having a great matchup against the Jets? Where do you target the Jets? Yes, you don't target them in the run game. You target them in the pass game. And that's what Kareem Hunt is going to be today. He's going to be a wide receiver. The Jets are 28th in points per game they allow to opposing offenses, 30th in passing yards per game. They allow the most fantasy points to the slot receivers over the last 4 weeks and on the season, which is exactly what Kareem Hunt is going to be doing, and the second most fantasy points to wide receivers overall over the past 8 weeks. So with Kareem Hunt at $5,900 and 8.5% approximately in ownership, he's going to be much less chalky and I think have more upside than Nick Chubb.
All right, Pierce, who do you like to pivot to from Nick Chubb?
Miles Sanders is the boomer bust option, and I understand that Jalen Hurts is going to poach some touchdowns, but that's one way to look at it. The other way is that Jalen Hurts opens this offense up and gives Miles Sanders tons of opportunity. The 80-yard read option against New Orleans last week, he had a 26-yard screen pass. He was one move away from turning that into a 90-yard screen pass touchdown. That's going to be pretty regular moving forward because the defenses have to honor Jalen Hurts. They've got to put a spy on him, and that's going to give Miles Sanders one less defender to have to deal with, and it opens up the possibility of those big plays. And it's working against good defenses. This week they're facing Dallas. It's a bad defense. It's an injured defense. There's a lot of potential here with Miles Sanders.
All right, let's move on to Calvin Ridley. Rosalie, this guy is going to be chalky. When you're looking at this, who do you want to pivot to?
Well, I'm pivoting to the other side of the ball because the other side of the game because I want a piece of the Kansas City air attack this week. Absolutely against Atlanta. And if I don't want to pay up for Tyreek, I'm going to Sammy Watkins at $5K. Watkins, when he plays, when he is in full games, he gets a good amount of targets from Mahomes. And I know a lot of people are going to be on Mecole this week as well for the same type of reasons. But we know that Sammy gives us 2 really good games a year, one at the beginning and one at the end. We had the one at the beginning. I think this is the week we get the one at the end. Now that's a gut feeling, but a lot of times my gut is correct. And then when you're going against the Falcons again, 54.5% of their fantasy production goes to wide receivers on the opposing offenses. They've also allowed the second most fantasy points per game to wide receivers. And again, with the target share, I think that Sammy is getting out of the 7 games he's played this season, in 6 of those, he had at least 6 targets. So the target share will be there, and the opportunity at $5K, I think it's huge.
All right, who are you going to be pivoting to, Pierce, from Calvin Ridley?
Allen Robinson. I'm not sure that the revenge narrative is that strong. It might not be hateful revenge, but he definitely wants to play well against his former team. You also have the narrative of him trying to set his career receptions record for a single season. But really, you just look, he's healthy. The reports this week say him being held out of practice were mainly just precautionary. He's facing the worst pass defense in football. That's really all there is to it. Last week, he had a 15.6 ADOT. Obviously, Jacksonville being the worst pass defense, they allow deep passes over the year. He's got an ADOT of 10 yards. He may not get as much volume in this game. That's not going to be close. But if he's running deep routes and they're allowing deep routes, it's definitely going to make for a really good pivot away from the Jordan Montgomery chalk.
All right, Kenny, where are you going?
Look, you can call me crazy. You can say whatever you want about me. I know that people have done that before on this show, but I think I like Tyler Lockett at $6,500 against the Rams. Look, if you want to attack the Rams, right, the only way against them to have success offensively, besides having Sam Darnold apparently, is in the slot, right? Troy Hill is the worst of the 3 starting corners for the Rams. They obviously possess supreme talent on the outside. So you have to go inside. So I think that the tight ends here for Seattle certainly are worth the look, but I think that Tyler Lockett is the guy that we know is capable of having a 40, 50-point DKFP game. He's been so quiet for so long. This is such a better player than what we've seen so far. And the targets have started to creep back up there. We saw a 9-target game. I think that Tyler Lockett gets just a high volume of receptions here, which makes him a pretty good play at $6,500. I think he can get into the end zone. I think he can get 70 yards. He can get 10 catches, 70 yards. You throw a touchdown in there, you're very happy with that performance, especially on a guy that no one is going to own. No one's going to own Baker Mayfield for obvious reasons. No one is going to own Tyler Lockett against the Rams defense. But I do think that they've shown some cracks a little bit last few weeks. And again, this is the place. You want to attack Troy Hill. You want to get the guy on the inside. So Russell Wilson knows that. Russell Wilson has a great rapport with Tyler Lockett. This is the guy who's ready to break out here before the playoffs. I think it could come this week.
We had a couple of people pivoting to Baker, okay? So, all right, let's talk Logan Thomas, Pierce. Who are you going to pivot to?
I'm going to go with Dallas Goedert. There's a couple tight ends out there with the Browns that you can go after. But I'm going to stick with Goedert here. Over the last 6 games, 12 points per game, 3,600 for 12 fantasy points at the tight end position. You could do a lot worse. Over the last 2, he hasn't been as good with hers, just 8 fantasy points. But again, with tight end being as bad as it is, I'll take an 8-point floor, take the savings, and move on. He's facing a Dallas team that's not very good. Obviously, the places to go is going to be the Browns. But if the receptions get spread out, if they just go with the run, I'm just going to stay with the safe spot with Dallas Goedert.
Kenny, you're pivoting. Where to?
I love Dallas Goedert, man. I was in my cheap options here. Rosalie talking about firing up Sammy Watkins. You guys are my best friends today. I think that Noah Fant, though, if I'm not going to go all the way down to Goedert here, Noah Fant at $4,800. I think that people are sleeping on this matchup for the Denver Broncos. The Los Angeles Chargers secondary, we saw Marcus Mariota tear him up. They're not very good. I think it has the potential here to be a high-scoring game for the Broncos as well as the Chargers. I think they'll easily keep pace. And Noah Fant, 18 targets over his last 2 games. He is the guy that Drew Lock looks to time and time again. He is extremely talented at the tight end position. No one talks about him when you talk about the up-and-coming tight ends and wide receivers. He has a huge frame. He is very fast. If he was on the Raiders, we'd be talking about him instead of Darren Waller. And this is not a good secondary. 20th in the league in allowing DKFP to tight ends. The Chargers are. He's coming off an 8-catch game. I'm worried that he actually might be a little popular here because of his last game. But I think ultimately people see the body of work for the last 5 games and get scared off. But he is a guy that's always targeted in this offense. And if Drew Lock has a good game, then Noah Fant will also have a good game. Drew Lock, last time they played the Chargers, 248 yards, 3 touchdowns. I think that it's another successful day through the air for the Broncos. They might not win this game, but they'll certainly put up some points, and Noah Fant should be right there. $4,800. I think you're getting a steal.
All right, Rosalie, who are you pivoting to?
Yeah, I'm pivoting to Dalton Schultz. If there are a few things that I am consistent in, and targeting Philly in tight ends is exactly something I'm very consistent at. They are not good against the tight end. And if you look at the past 3 weeks, they have been really bad against the tight end, especially. When you look at that game with Arizona last week, Arizona does not target their tight ends all that much and yet let up 14.8 DK fantasy points to the Cardinals. The week before that, 16 to New Orleans. Again, don't target the tight ends all that much. 18.5 to Green Bay the week before that. So I'm a little concerned that Dalton's target share has come down over the past few weeks. He did have a touchdown last week too, though. But I think that, again, I'm targeting the weakness here, which is the Philly against tight ends.
All right, guys, good stuff. We're getting our analyst primetime picks after a quick break. Stick with us. We will be right back. You're watching The Sweat, hosted by me, Jessie Coffield. DraftKings contributors Jeff Ulrich, Pierce Dietrich, and the fantasy girl Rosalie Michaels are here to give me their primetime picks. So, guys, need your favorite showdown plays and bets for the primetime games. Titans, Packers. Who are you going to captain in this one, Jeff?
Yeah, I think everyone's going to be scared of the weather here with the big, bad, scary weather. I'm going to play Steve Buchanan's role for a second. And I think it's going to make Derrick Henry extremely chalky. Derrick Henry's a great play. I would rather go to Devontae Adams here, though. This Tennessee secondary is beyond brutal. As I mentioned earlier in the show, they don't get any pass rush. I think Devontae Adams is going to have an absolutely monster day. It's between him and Aaron Rodgers for me, but I think both those guys make for good pivots in the captain spot. I'd go with Devontae Adams.
Pierce, who do you want to captain in this one?
A.J. Dillon. Aaron Jones isn't 100%. Jamal Williams is out. Someone's going to have to fill that Jamal Williams role. It's about 30 snaps per game. You're getting him at 1.4 thousand. He's going to open up the rest of your lineup. 30 snaps from a guy at 1,400 in a game that looks like it's going to favor the run. I think you should take this risk. I know it's out there, but the guy has been talked up a lot. He missed a lot of time because of COVID, but he looked good during his college career. He looked good in training camp. He's a second-round pick, so this could be a smash spot for him.
Jeff, absolutely shocked by that pick. Rosalie, who are you going to captain?
Yeah, no, I'm not doing A.J. Dillon. I'm doing Aaron Jones, because who's going to get the touches? He's definitely going to get the touches, Aaron Jones. This is going to be a game where, number one, the Packers are still playing to get that number one seed. They want some time off, right? We all do. So, yeah, I agree with Jeff. I'm going to pivot from the really chalky people like Derrick Henry, I like Devontae Adams. I think I'm going to have him in my lineup, and Aaron Rodgers. But Aaron Jones, I can see them really deploying him quite a bit, because they're going to want to keep Derrick Henry off the field as much as possible. And how do you do that? With the run game. And again, there's no Jamal Williams. Yeah, A.J. Dillon is there, and he's probably going to get some touches. But this is going to be a feast mode for Aaron Jones. When you look at what he was doing last year, he was averaging about 15 touches per game from week 6 through week 15 last year. Same kind of thing this year. And then the number jumped up to 25 and 27 touches in week 16 and 17. I think LaFleur does the same thing against the Titans, because the opponents against the Titans averaging 68 plays per game. There's going to be a lot of opportunity here. And they're going to want to keep it on the ground. They're going to want to eat that clock. The way you beat the Titans is you keep Derrick Henry off the field, and you do that with Aaron Jones.
All right, let's put our sportsbook hats on in this Tennessee-Green Bay game. What is your favorite bet, Pierce?
Just first of all, they're all cowards. Okay.
Noted.
Cowards. No. That's not cowardice. That's not just going crazy, Pierce.
Well, scared money doesn't make money. Derrick Henry over 104. This thing should be over 204. He's facing a bad run defense. We've got the weather situation. I know the weather's not going to be absolutely awful, but it definitely favors more runs. Last week, Derrick Henry had 147 yards, didn't even touch the ball really in the fourth quarter. The week before that, 200-some yards, didn't touch the ball in the fourth quarter. This thing should be close. He's going to carry the ball 30 times against a poor run defense. It's December, by the way, so that's usually Derrick Henry's month. He's definitely going to go over 104 yards.
All right, Rosalie, what is your favorite bet in this one?
Okay, I'll agree with Pierce on that one. Yes, Derrick Henry, December is Derrick Henry season, and 104 yards is just laughable that's what the run yardage is. I'm actually just going with the over in this game. I mean, you're taking the number 1 scoring offense in Tennessee and the number 3 scoring offense in Green Bay, and you're going up against the number 14 and the number 21 defenses in what they allow opponents to score. So this is going to be a high scoring game, even if it is on the ground. They're not keeping people out of the end zone, and they're getting into the end zone quite a bit. And both QBs, let's not forget, both QBs have very, very good receivers in Corey Davis, in AJ, in obviously Devontae Adams. So I think it's going to be a high scoring game. I'm just going easy and taking the over here.
All right, Jeff, let's get your favorite bet in this one.
Yeah, I threw out that over earlier there. I like it too. Like, Aaron Rodgers is used to playing in bad weather too. Like I said, if Derrick Henry gets off and he runs off a bunch of yards, Tennessee is still going to allow points. So I like the over, but I think I slightly like the Tennessee plus 3.5 a little bit better now. As I said, they're 6-3 as road underdogs under Mike Vrabel. They're just good in this spot. They're a really good team. They're an extremely efficient offense. Brian Tannehill's playing great. Green Bay's weakness is against the run. Like, it's just too many points. This should be closer to a pick 'em. I like Tennessee plus 3.5 is my favorite bet.
All right, let's move on to the Bills-Patriots game. Who are you going to be captaining in this one, Rosalie?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of who I trust most in this game. I don't expect it to be a super high-scoring game, just because these two teams tend to play each other very, very close. So who do I trust? I trust Josh Allen. That's who I trust. I also trust Stephon Diggs quite a bit, but I trust Josh Allen because he can get it done in the air. He can get it done with his feet. So I can't go anywhere else just because you don't know specifically what that game plan is going to look like. But Josh Allen to me is just the only one that's really money as of late. You know, we've seen him have some stinkers as well. But when you watch what New England has allowed to Tua last week, allowed 2 rushing touchdowns from him, and again, also a passing touchdown. You know, they haven't allowed a lot of passing yards except for Deshaun Watson. But the touchdown upside is there for Josh Allen, and he's got a couple of different areas he can go. He can go to Dawson Knox. He can go to Stephon Diggs. He can go to Cole Beasley. So I like Josh Allen here.
All right, Jeff, who do you want to be your captain in this one?
I think I'll go with Cole Beasley here. I think this is a good Cole Beasley spot. You've got the Patriots. You're good at taking away top weapons. They've got good corners, even without Stephon Gilmore. Like J.C. Jackson's very good. I think they're going to be able to limit Gilmore, I think they're going to be able to limit Diggs a little bit, or at least that's what they're going to try to do to stop this offense. They're also good at getting pressure. That all speaks to more short passes for Josh Allen, who's become actually a very intelligent quarterback. He's going to be able to move around the ball, probably just work Cole Beasley a lot. So I think this is a really good spot for Cole Beasley and the captain.
All right, who do you want to captain, Pierce?
I like the short passes on the other side with Jacoby Myers. I expect New England to be playing from behind. If this game is close, it's going to be Myers keeping the thing close, which probably isn't going to happen. The run game is not looking so good in New England anymore. And the big issue you have with Buffalo is that Tre'Davious White's a pretty solid quarterback, but he's not going to follow Myers down into the slot. So we could see another one of these almost garbage time games for Myers, but I think it's the best efficient use of your money and getting a return of points.
All right, Jeff, your favorite bet in the Buffalo New England game?
I'm just taking Buffalo, man. Like Buffalo, people just aren't quite there with Buffalo. This is a really good team. This might be the second best team in the NFL. -7 against the Patriots, who are just playing out the string right now. The quarterback position is a vast difference. I'll just take Buffalo -7.
All right, Pierce, what is your favorite bet in this one?
I like Buffalo as well. They're the second best team when it comes to covers. But if you look at Cam Newton and a 37.5 over, this is basically his career on the line. He almost got benched this week. He needs to do something to keep his job so that he can play next week against the Jets, so that he can actually have a good game and maybe possibly land a starting position. It really comes down to this game. He's got to prove that he has something, and really the only thing that he can do is run the ball. 37 is not that much. He had 58 yards rushing against Buffalo earlier this season. I'll take the over on Cam Newton rushing yards.
Rosalie, talk to me, your favorite bet.
Yeah, I agree with Jeff, but I'm going a little deeper into it. I'm taking the Bills to win by 1-6. That's a plus 285 bet. So you look at this year, Bills win by 3. Last year, New England won the last game by 7, but that first game they won by 6. These two teams always play each other really tight. And the Bills, they kind of live up, they play up to their level of competition. You don't see them blowing too many games out. They get what they need to do to get it done and move on. And so I think this is going to be a close game. So the Bills by 1-6.
All right, you guys are amazing. We will be right back to work up a sweat after we hear from Pat Mayo on his lineup construction for this Sunday slate.
Where am I starting my lineup this week? Because the first thing I looked at the slate, I want to go like Mahomes, Kelsey, Tyreek, bring it back with Ridley, and then figure out the rest.
Well, if you do that on DraftKings.com, you have 3.1K left. So you got to play the cheapest possible running backs, because we only have 4K running backs now. So you got to play Ito Smith. I don't even know if there's another playable 4K running back. So you probably can't do all of those guys, but I'm with you.
Jags against Chicago is not terrible if Trubisky starts going back to being Trubisky.
I think I'm going to go the other way this week. I think I actually am getting sucked in by the legend of Week 16 Mitch Trubisky against a bad passing defense. I think I will be playing Trubisky quite a bit.
Well, see, I don't mind that at all. That was next up on like where I wanted to go as like a secondary stack. So I can't make this work, can I? Mahomes, Hill, Kelsey, and
no,
Ridley.
you got to play Hardman probably or Russell Gage.
What if I just take Hill out? Go Mahomes and Kelsey.
Yeah, and then you can play Calvin Ridley if you wanted to correlate that way.
Yeah,
pretty easy.
Mahomes, Kelsey, Ridley, and then I have $4,000 left. How are you on the double tight end? Because that's usually a way you can save some money.
I don't hate it here because I think that Cole Kmet at 3,000 is a fairly decent play. Like, I think he's fine. I guess you could also play Dallas Goedert. You could play Noah Fant. But just in general, the tight end position has just been such a train wreck this year. Actually, you know what? Hayden Hurst, Travis Kelce, that might be a unique way to get Chiefs and Falcons players in together in a lineup.
I did the Cole Kmet route last week. Did not go well, Davis. My phone kept correcting Kmet to Kmart. Should have been a sign. Didn't really work out for me. But $3,000 if I slot him into my flex, now I got $4,300 to play with. And then if I let's say use let's say Texans D at 28. Don't love it. Or even Washington D at 3,000. Let's just throw in a $2,800 defense. Now I'm up to $4,600. Is there like a super cheap receiver I can go to?
If you want a mega cheap wide receiver, I think Laviska Shenault, $3,700, Darnell Mooney at 4,000. And then the Denver guys, Judy, $3,700, Hamler, $3,200. I think they're both playable.
All of a sudden, I'm back up for my 2 running back slots and a wide receiver. I have $5,000 left to play with here. And that's not the end of the world.
And there you go. Then you can play Darrell Henderson and then whoever you want at flex.
Yeah, so Henderson's $4,500. Let's chuck him in. All right, now we're up to $5,200. I mean, Ozigbo's only $4,000 if you really want to go down that route.
I think I would play Ito over Ozigbo, especially because I expect him to catch passes.
I don't think, and see, that's the thing with the Falcons' backfield. I don't think that anyone's going to play more than like 45% of the snaps. And it does seem with whoever they start, because we saw this with Gurley, I mean, just every week. And then when Brian Hill became like the lead guy, he was the receiving back. When he became the lead guy, they stopped throwing him the ball. So if Ito's the lead guy, I can just see like Brian Hill being the receiving back all of a sudden.
Right. Yeah, it is. It's so tilting with them.
I'd say just stay away.
I wonder though.
Just don't use him.
Yeah. I'll probably play Ito a little bit on DK. I will. I can't help myself. I mean, a min-price running back who I think can catch some passes in a game that I want to stack, and I want to try and find guys in that game who are not going to be that owned. I just got to do it.
I think that Ozigbo, I don't think that either of them are good plays, but Ozigbo would be a much better play than Ito Smith.
I don't see it with Ozigbo because I don't think he has any path to catching passes, and I don't expect them to score that many points.
But what do you mean there's no path to him catching passes? It's not like they take James Robinson off the field on third down and they pass it to Dare all the time. They just pass to James Robinson. It's part of their plan.
Well, Dare Dare did play third downs last week. He got his highest snap share of the year, and then after James Robinson got injured, that's what they did. Is Dare was in. I don't think Ozigbo even ran one passing route. I can go look that up right now.
Yeah, go look
but
that
I'm pretty
up.
Sure.
Because, I mean, I think it's different, too, that if you lose your lead back mid-game, that maybe you don't just insert someone into that role. But it does seem like they want to play like a 3-down system. And even if you can end up with like 3 targets in the game, just through osmosis of being on the field, I think that's good enough.
Welcome back to The Sweat. We've made it to the final segment of the show. We got a trio of DraftKings contributors here to close down the program. Reed Fowler, Steve Buchanan, and Jeff Ulrich. Let's get to working up a sweat. So these are your last-minute DFS takes for the 1 p.m. slate. What are some things you may be rethinking right before lock? Because rethinking and overthinking is a passion of all of ours. So, Jeff, give it to me.
I'm rethinking anything to do with this Browns-Jets game. No wide like we saw what happened when COVID caused mass, outages, we'll call it, in other games, specifically with the Broncos. It just leads to an ugly football game. And, everyone, I don't disagree. Like, Kareem Hunt might get increased usage, Austin Hooper, but we could also just get a really ugly game like 19-12 here, and the Browns just walk away with like a victory and thank their lucky stars that they got by the Jets without any wide receivers, because it could get ugly there. I think this has the potential to just not be what people think it might be. I know Baker's playing well. I liked him a lot early in the week, but without Jarvis Landry, I think his upside is a little bit removed. So I'm rethinking anything to do with that Browns Jets game, and I like pivoting to Melvin Gordon in off of some of these Browns running backs, because Melvin Gordon is going to get a bunch of carries. Philip Lindsay's out. He's gotten like 20 plus touches when Lindsay's been out. So I kind of like Gordon.
All right, Reed, right, your late take. What are you rethinking about this 1 p.m. slate right before lock?
Yeah, I think that actually helps Browns in a weird way, right? Where they have to be hyper-focused to make sure that they don't lose this game. But I'm there with Jeff. It's the Carolina wide receivers. I know we've talked about this matchup, Carolina and Washington, being one that, a lot of people on the Washington side do like, but I think these guys are underpriced. DJ Moore, $5,800. I think he's shown he's wide receiver 1. And Washington has been a good pass defense overall, but against wide receiver 1s, they're the league worst. So they're the best for wide receiver 1s. Fuller has been okay, actually better than average in coverage, but he's allowed a touchdown on close to 12 targets. So I do like DJ Moore, $5,800 if you're spending up on some of these running backs, or spending way up for a guy like Tyreek Hill. He offers some price savings.
All right, Steve, what is your late take going to be here?
I'm surprised as the show has gone on that we've been getting some Baker Mayfield love on this show. And it's kind of surprising, because if you're in that range for quarterback, why wouldn't you save $200 and just go down to Jared Goff? I know nobody wants to play him because of last week, and, they had a horrific first half. But for as bad as they were in the first half, which was 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out, he was just under 17 DraftKings fantasy points when all was said and done. Now he's going up against Seattle, who has arguably one of the worst secondaries in the league, who doesn't offer much of a pass rush. And with a clean pocket, Goff has the second best adjusted completion percentage in the league at 84.2%. That's only behind Josh Allen. He is beating out the rest of the league in adjusted completion percentage with a clean pocket. You are going to get that against Seattle, and you are going to move the ball downfield against Seattle. I don't understand the Mayfield love at all. Is my trusty compadres here not keeping up with the news? Who's he going to throw to? I don't know. You don't know. We don't know. I'll take the quarterback who has 3 competent receivers that he can throw to against a bad secondary.
Oh, Steve, too, what do you think about Cooper Kupp as well, right? I mean, this guy's got some positive touchdown regression. He had a bunch last year at this point. We know that he's the red zone thought, and everyone's talking about Bobby Trees. We saw the drawing that belongs in the Louvre from Jeff there on Bobby Trees. Like Cooper Kupp at $6,600, he's getting no love. I get the fact that his big games have come on these huge target shares, but he's someone too that's interesting at the slot, because against Seattle, we know how bad their pass defense is. He's not getting any love.
Well, Jesse, thank you for the question, but I think Cooper Kupp is, is fine. I mean, obviously the volume's going to go with Robert Woods, but obviously Cooper Kupp is that guy in the red zone. He's first in the team in red zone target share. So I mean, look, I don't really find a bad spot at all for any of the guys here on the Rams, and I think this is a great matchup to target them.
So
all right, thanks, Steve, for coming up with that question. Amazing work. All right, now for the cherry on top, let's make it rain for the people. This is where you give us your DFS play that is absolutely going to make it rain cash for you today. Jeff, make it rain.
All right, you guys ready? I'm going to Mecole Hardman at 3,100. 9 targets last week. Tyreek Hill banged up. Why would the Chiefs risk risk Tyreek Hill further injuring and what is going to be a blowout? Like, Matt Ryan's not playing good. The Falcons aren't good. They're not going to have to do that much. Probably going to be up 20 by half. Mecole Hardman's going to get a ton of snaps here against a terrible pass defense. You got 9 targets last week. I think Mecole Hardman at 3,100 is going to be a huge factor on the slate.
All right, Reed, make it rain.
Yeah, this is a Jeffrey Ulrich favorite. Allen Robinson versus Jacksonville Jaguars. Jeff liked the Jaguars at one point, but I know he's a huge Chicago Bears backer. And look, for good reason with Allen Robinson. Like the hamstring injury midweek is probably taking people off of him, because you never want to see that. But he's active for today. And the Jaguars have been the 7th best 4 wide receivers in PPR point scoring overall. They're giving up over 40 points total to wide receivers. Like, all of that ownership is going to go to David Montgomery in this game. It's like clear 40+%. I see in some spots and some metrics. A-Rob, 2 of the last 4 games, he's hit over 27+ points. We know the upside is there. There's a revenge narrative We all like to talk about narrative. So A-Rob against Jacksonville, I think, is in a great spot, especially if we love Trubisky.
Nick Foles died so the Bears could live. So.
Steve, make it rain.
I mean, obviously Jeff just kind of, poo-pooed all over mine, but I still like Tyreek Hill because if they didn't need him or if he needed to rest up more, they would have simply kept him inactive. He is active for this game. This is one of those games you wouldn't want to miss out on. Tyreek Hill might be on a limited snap share, of course, but against Isaiah Oliver in coverage, that is not somebody you want to miss out on, taking a receiver with the capabilities of Tyreek Hill. So even on a limited basis, I still think he can have a monster week this week.
All right, good stuff. That is a show, everybody. But Leaderboard Live is just getting started. Now, this live stream on Twitch and YouTube going to keep you up to date on all the big plays and injuries in Week 16. Our DFS analysts will break down the impact of these plays on the big DK contest, like our Week 16 $3 million fantasy football millionaire. So make sure that you follow along all throughout the day, throughout the games, to find out who is going to become a millionaire today. It's getting going with Adam Kaufman and Jeff Ulrich once the 1 p.m. slate of games is underway. See you there.
What's up, everyone? Welcome into the first of many hits throughout the day here on DraftKings Leaderboard Live. Jeff Ulrich, I'm Adam Kaufman. Hopefully, as you've probably heard by now, everybody had a great holiday season, a Merry Christmas, and all that good stuff with New Year's right around the corner. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing good, man. Yeah, I hope you had a good holiday season and ready for some football today.
Well, fortunately, we've had so much football, right? I mean, you had a few games yesterday, and then obviously the main slate is underway here today. We're keying in on our $1 million contest, the $3 million fantasy football millionaire with $1 million to first place. If, in fact, we finish with a solo leader, about 176,500 entries. Our current leader, although this thing is rapidly changing with so many games happening right now and so many things happening, but it's Richard Zard, 52nd entry, about a 1-point lead with Lamar at QB. Gio Bernard, who's already got about 6 points. Same for Lamar Jackson, a running back to still play later. Cooks, Hollywood Brown, who's already has a touchdown, 2 catches, 15 yards, almost 10 points for him. Darius Slayton, Jonathan Taylor, the Browns DST, all in that lineup as well. Taylor, a touchdown also. So far, so good.
Yeah, pretty interesting start for a couple players. I mean, Marquise Brown, could this be the day against the Giants, who actually have a pretty good defense, that he goes off? Who knows? I mean, it's definitely a good start. 2 catches, touchdown on the first drive. So interesting play there. 2.1% owned, extreme low ownership there, and extreme low ownership on Jonathan Taylor too. Indy Pittsburgh has some shootout potential. These are 2 pretty good offenses. So it probably bodes well for the receivers on Pittsburgh too, with Taylor getting an early touchdown, 2.9% owned for Taylor. I think those 2 guys, names to keep an eye on. I mean, I could also see them not doing anything for the rest of the day, but those guys are off to hot starts. Gio Bernard really got up there in ownership, 20.8%. I don't think most people were quite projecting him for that, but 4,800 against Houston, perhaps the worst rush defense in the league, definitely a bottom 3 rush defense. He's up there. He's 5.7 points already. He played well last week. He's already got 34 receiving yards. So I think right now those are the names to watch out. We'll have to see if if these low-owned players keep it going, or if they start to stall.
We have a new leader. That's what happens with live scoring, and a lot happening, as mentioned. BR Chief, 6th entry for that individual, about a 1-point lead. And many of the same guys that we talked about, although one interesting change, Austin Hooper in the flex, who is in about a quarter of lineups today. Are you surprised by that ownership?
No, I mean, look, it's a little bit of common sense, right? Like, who else are the Browns going to throw to today? I think Kareem Hunt probably got up a little bit in ownership too, but Hooper is essentially the de facto wide receiver 1 there. I mean, you've got like Hall and a couple other guys who haven't played at all this year in the mix, but Hooper is the guy who's been there with Baker Mayfield since the start, right? I mean, it only makes sense that Baker's going to feel most comfortable throwing to Hooper. And then you've also got the matchup, which is added to this, against the Jets, who've allowed some monster days to tight ends. So, and recently as well. So I think that's all factoring in to Hooper getting up in ownership. We also didn't have many other top end wide receivers on the slate. Like Travis Kelce was the play. So I think once there became a natural pivot in Hooper, it just became a lot easier for people to say, okay, now I got a value play. I don't necessarily have to put Travis Kelce in all my lineups. So that's definitely the thinking on Hooper there. We'll see if it works out, because, it's also easier for the Jets defense to cover Hooper, knowing that that's where the ball is going to be going.
You mentioned Travis Kelce being the play today. I think just in general, the Chiefs stack is the play today. I wouldn't be at all surprised if by the end of these 1 o'clock games, we see a lineup that features many of those Chiefs sitting at the top. Is that where common sense drives you, or do you think that's going to be over-owned a little bit in GPPs?
No, I mean, look, the Chiefs can clinch, pretty much everything with a win today. It's a little bit of pick and choose. I mean, again, like Tyreek Hill's a little bit banged up. Travis Kelce has been really consistent, but, people are on Lev Bell too. I think you might get a situation where Mahomes will probably be fine, but I'm not sure if all of his targets are going to go off. Like, the running back position for the Kansas City Chiefs hasn't really been that productive this year. And there's a reason why, like, Clyde Edwards-Helaire isn't up there at 7,500 every week, because he's been splitting snaps and they really haven't thrown to him that much. And I'm not sure if it's going to change with Lev Bell. So I could see him being perhaps a bit of a bust candidate. His ownership at 20.4%. He's only got 7 rush yards in the first drive here. I could see that being, the spot that maybe just busts. I think Kelce will probably be fine. But again, I don't think everyone on the Chiefs is necessarily going to go off. Mahomes, again, probably be fine because he's always fine. But we'll see what the targets are. I'm not convinced that necessarily all these Chiefs targets are going to go off.
Travis Kelce owned about 32% of lineups. Tyreek Hill is half that. Are you surprised, especially with his salary being what it is? I mean, you're talking about a guy who's almost 10K, being banged up, questionable coming into this one, to be owned in 16% of lineups at that salary. Does that seem high to you?
Well, Tyreek Hill, was trending as like the highest owned wide receiver at the start of the week. And the only reason he's not is because of the slight injury issue. This could just be like a red herring. I mean, it might not be that big a deal. It's just that his hamstring got tight, right? Mm-hmm. If Atlanta keeps this game close, Kansas City is going to play Tyreek Hill a lot, unless the injury gets worse. So, yeah, there's a little bit of heightened injury risk, but, realistically, I think some people might have just gotten scared off him is the only thing. I don't think he's a bad play at all. The Atlanta secondary is terrible, right? So it's a perfect matchup for Tyreek Hill to catch a long touchdown against. I'm not shocked at the ownership. I think that's kind of where it made sense to settle. I mean, the injury issue obviously put a little bit of more risk on him, and you've got Calvin Ridley to pivot to in the same game. I'm not surprised at all. If anything, I would have thought he might even come in a little bit higher.
Big picture main slate, be it these games or the next ones. Who are you looking at today? Who are you in particular, looking for a big day from?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're going to get a couple of really big fantasy days out of that Dallas Philly game. I think Miles Sanders, Jalen Hurts, one or both of those guys could just have monster rushing days against Dallas. And then on the flip side to that, you've got like Amari Cooper and Michael Gallup going up against a pretty weak secondary. Both those teams play at a fast pace. They both have huge holes on their defense, specifically Dallas. I think you're going to see a couple really big fantasy totals from the Philly-Dallas game, specifically in the afternoon.
Well, right now it's J Dizzy 007, fifth entry for that person in front right now, although just like that it moves. Top corner has jumped in front by about 1.5 with Lamar, about 7 points. Hollywood Brown has almost 10, same for Hooper. And Jonathan Taylor has found his way into the end zone, has 21 rushing yards as well, so he is up to 8 points. So like we said, this thing changing constantly. We're going to step aside here on DraftKings Leaderboard Live. We'll be back with you, though, let you know who is in for a big day. So far, there are a few primary guys and many more to follow, I'm sure. He's Jeff. I'm Adam. Stay with us.
takes a couple seconds. Oh.
Just try and keep it quick, guys.
DraftKings is lending a helping hand to the state of Tennessee. There's a free contest with DraftKings swag on the line available in the lobby for tonight's Packers-Titans showdown, and for every player that enters, DraftKings will donate $1 to the Community Foundation of Middle Tennessee to help residents and businesses affected by the explosion in Nashville. See DraftKings.com for more information. So with Jeff Ulrich, I'm Adam Kaufman, and Jeff, obviously, let's talk about this game here. Again, the Packers and the Titans. This one is in Green Bay. If you had to isolate a captain for this showdown, who would it be?
Yeah, I'd be looking to the Packers passing game here. Tennessee has the worst pass rush in the league. They're only averaging 1 sack per game. There's not going to be much pressure on Aaron Rodgers here. Aaron Rodgers obviously in the MVP conversation as well. Green Bay needs a win here to keep up for the number 1 seed. I like going to Aaron Rodgers as the captain. This is a player who's used to playing in bad weather. He's got Devontae Adams going up against the bad secondary. Give me A-Rod, the captain here.
Any value that stands out to you, or just another player that you really like as far as starting your build?
Yeah, and again, I would kind of stick with the wide receivers in this game. I think Marquez Valdez-Scantling is interesting. You could go to Alan Lazard as well. But Tanyan at tight end, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, those would be the 2 value receivers I'd go with to look to pair with A-Rod.
All right, Jeff, thank you very much. Again, additional details for this great cause available to you at DraftKings.com. Welcome back, everyone, here on DraftKings Leaderboard Live. Jeff Ulrich, Adam Kaufman. We'll take a look at our leaders here in the $3 million Fantasy Football Millionaire Contest in just a little bit. But Moose, as some of these games wind down to the half anyway, biggest surprises so far? Who's really stood out to you?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest surprise is just the lack of production probably from Kansas City, although we did get some of the chalk flying there at the end of the half. You know, Mahomes, for the fact that Kansas City only has 7 points, Mahomes still has 11.52 fantasy points. If he's not the top scoring quarterback of the first half, he's actually very close up to the top. So it's not a complete disaster yet. And obviously we still have a half. We all know Atlanta kind of, that's when they like to give up their points, is in the second half. So Mahomes owners really shouldn't be too nervous yet, especially with that late touchdown. Travis Kelce also 31.4% owned. He looks like he's going to be fine. He's got 4 receptions now and a touchdown. So he's on his way to a big day. I believe he's probably, if he's not the top scoring tight end, he's definitely up there with them. I think we got Jimmy Graham up there, but Jimmy Graham's like sub 1% owned. So Travis Kelce owners also in a nice spot. You know, otherwise across the board, we really don't have much going on. I mean, there's not a ton of like high owned guys breaking the slate here. DJ Chark's got a touchdown. Yep. He's 1.9% owned. Jonathan Taylor's got 2 touchdowns. He's sub 3% owned. So the only chalky player who's kind of on the verge of a breakout is Jamison Crowder, who passed for a long touchdown. Yes, passed for a long touchdown. He's got 14.62 points. He's 15.9% owned. So Jamison Crowder is kind of, the only chalky player that's really sort of got a point total. Otherwise, we don't have a ton of big fantasy performances in that first half. The afternoon slates, if you stack them, they're setting up pretty nice right now.
Swing the other way then. Biggest disappointments other than obviously highlighting guys like Patrick Mahomes and some of the plays from that Chiefs-Falcons game.
Yeah, but I think the biggest disappointment, and it does stem from that Chiefs game, because there's going to be, again, we only have 7 points. Like Kelce got the touchdown, but like Lev Bell at 20.4% ownership, you saw Darrell Williams being used in the 2-minute drives there. Darrell Williams is a guy that Andy Reid has made active even when they've had Clyde Edwards-Helaire healthy. So not too shocking to me, but like Lev Bell with 9 receiving yards, 10 rush yards, and only 1 reception. That's a pretty big bust. He's up to 20.4% owned there. So that's definitely like one of the bigger busts out there. I would say Tyreek Hill, not really the greatest half either. He's up there at 16%, like over 16% ownership. So those 2 guys definitely would top the list. And I think the other one is Nick Chubb at 18.4%. The Jets are ahead 13-3. It's a really bad game script for Nick Chubb owners as well, because the Browns are now down in that game. They're going to have to be passing, although I don't know who they're going to be throwing the ball to. So maybe we will see more Nick Chubb in the second half, but he's definitely up there in terms of top disappointments. I think most people just expected that the Browns would be able to run early and often with Chubb.
$3 million Fantasy Football Millionaire Contest, about 176,500 entries, $1 million to first place if we wind up with a solo leader. And currently we do have one. It is Frog Green ahead by about 5.5 points with a lineup. A few guys obviously have that fire emoji. Brandon Cooks is the one who's going off right now. He's hit the 100-yard bonus. 115 yards on 5 catches, has a touchdown, 25.5 points for him. He's about 10% owned. So he is really blowing up. You also have Mitchell Trubisky, J.K. Dobbins. You have Gio Bernard, who has the fire emoji at about 11, 12 points. Tyreek Hill, Allen Robinson, Austin Hooper, who has about 8.5 points. Jamison Crowder, you talked about before, about 15 for him in the Jets. And that Jets DST, 9% owned, has a dozen points. So I guess start with Cooks. 10% owned. He has, had himself a hell of a first half.
Yeah, Brandon Cooks has actually transitioned pretty well for the Houston Texans. He had a slow start, but ever since that coaching change, Romeo Crennel has been able to just sort of get him into the offense a lot better, even when Will Fuller was around. So Cooks is very much acting like a wide receiver 1. He's getting targeted like it. Obviously, he had to miss a little bit of time with injury, but this is still a pretty weak Cincinnati secondary. We did see Deontay Johnson go off a little bit for Pittsburgh, even though they had a bad game against them. So Brandon Cooks, 10.1% owned. He's actually, he's not shock at all. I mean, 10.1% ownership, you'll take that with the wide receiver 1, especially going up against Cincy with Deshaun Watson as your QB. So we'll see how that works out. But definitely, with that late touchdown, because that obviously happened as we were talking, Cooks is right now like the play of the first half. I believe he might be the only player over 20 DK fantasy points. So definitely going to be watching that. If he really blows up, might be someone who just breaks a slate.
Anything else from this build that stands out to you? I know you talked about, obviously, with the lack of guys really going off so far in the 1 o'clock games, that maybe those who stack the afternoon games will be in a better spot. But is this lineup, this one from Frog Green here, starting to, I don't know, differentiate itself for you a little bit?
No, it is for sure. I mean, it's an interesting build. He's got Trubisky and Allen Robinson and as the stack, and they're doing pretty well. I mean, Robinson's got 5 receptions. Mitch is doing okay. Probably going to need a little bit more from him. But, he's also got Gio Bernard and Brandon Cooks. So he's got a little bit of game correlation there in Houston. Gio going off, playing a lot of snaps, going off against a weak run defense, and you got Cooks against a weak secondary. So that's a really nice, couple good value plays too. So I really like that play. J.K. Dobbins in there at low ownership. That's kind of interesting. We'll see if that pivot works out. He does have a touchdown, but you might need a little bit more from him because there are some good running backs coming up in the late games as well. I think the biggest worry for this lineup is probably going to be Tyreek Hill. I mean, he's the most expensive player. He's going to need some kind of long touchdown here, I think, probably to keep his crown. He's obviously also going to need that quarterback wide receiver stack to go off. But look, we got to have to play. All his guys have production across the board, even the Jets defense. So it's a pretty interesting lineup. He's going to need some big plays from, Hill. Robinson is big pay up wide receivers. But if he gets those, this one's in good shape.
Although if you're a Hill owner, something that might actually make you feel good compared to how you might have thought coming into the game. I mean, we could have envisioned a scenario where at halftime we're having a conversation like, okay, well, this is a great spot for Le'Veon Bell owners because they may not be throwing the ball a whole lot in the second half. Obviously, with the game tied at 7, Patrick Mahomes, you would think is going to be airing it out a bit.
Yeah, and look, Tyreek Hill still has 52 receiving yards. I mean, he's only got 8.2 points, but he's more than halfway to the bonus, and we know that he can hit the bonus now basically on one big play, right? So, yeah, there's a lot of potential with this lineup. Absolutely. Again, he doesn't have a player that's even on pace for a slow game after the first half. So you always like to see that. And he's got some good game correlations going on. I'm not sure how many more targets Crowder's going to get, but I don't know if you need that much more from Jameson Crowder at 4,500, quite frankly. So Hooper should get some targets. This is a really nice looking lineup right now, to be frank.
All right, so as things stand, halftime, Falcons-Chiefs tied at 7. The Jets nearing the half and shocking the Browns up 13-3 right now. New York doesn't seem to be doing things the way originally intended throughout the majority of the season, it would seem. Colts walloping the Steelers 21-7. That one just about the half. Similar story. Bears 10-10 with the Jaguars, and almost at the half, the Ravens comfortably ahead of the Giants 17-3. We're going to step aside. We will be back with you multiple times here on DraftKings Leaderboard Live, not just during these 1 o'clock games, but throughout the day. Do not go anywhere. He's Jeff. I'm Adam. We'll be back soon. Well, if you're a Jets fan, you were hoping somehow, some way, Trevor Lawrence would find his way into gangrene next season. I have some bad news for you. It's not going the way you thought maybe it should. A 17-point lead for New York right now against Cleveland. Jeff Ulrich, I'm Adam Kaufman. This is DraftKings Leaderboard Live. And so far, passing touchdown, receiving touchdown, Jamison Crowder, the wide receiver, he's the play today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Jamison Crowder, obviously, we talked about, we weren't sure how many more targets he might get, but, with the early passing crazy touchdown, the kind of trickery by the Jets that worked, I mean, he's put himself in a monster position now. And, just looking at this contest, I mean, the leader from this contest, Frog Green that we were talking about, Coffin, this guy's making an early run. He might be hard to catch. He got a Trubisky rushing touchdown, and he got the Jamison Crowder receiving touchdown. So Brandon Cook's doing some work. Allen Robinson close to the bonus. Like this guy is right up there. So a nice lineup that's only been getting nicer by the minute here.
Jamison Crowder at this point, we obviously mentioned the multiple touchdowns, but he has 90 receiving yards, so the bonus is certainly very much in play. He's got the 6 catches, 14 rushing yards, 43 in the air with the long passing touchdown as well. So it seems like 30-plus points for him in fantasy is a foregone conclusion. He's already at 28 and counting, and this game is still very early in the third quarter. Just big picture on the Jets here, Jeff. I mean, as we know, this team had started off winless. You had the 23-20 win in LA against the Rams last week. Now what's happening, and again, long way, but I don't think this one's going to get away from them against Cleveland. And then, of course, got the Patriots coming up to close out the regular season. Is this a Jets fan's worst nightmare with the way the season was trending to where we are now?
Yeah, I would suggest like the knowledgeable fans are absolutely cringing right now. This is terrible. They're in danger potentially of even losing the number 2 overall pick if Cincinnati were to lose out and the Jets were to beat a weakened Patriots team that really has nothing to play for in week 17. So yeah, it's all terrible right now for the Jets. Jacksonville on track to lose their game as well. They're down by 10. So, I mean, you got to look at a little bit of the positives though. I mean, at least Sam Darnold is healthy. He's playing good. I'm trying to be positive here for the Jets fans. Jameson Crowder, he's looking like a legitimate slot receiver. You got Denzel Mims. I'm sure he'll get worked in as well. So let's look at the positives. You're probably not getting Trevor Lawrence, but I don't know, man. I mean, at least you're winning a couple games. That's the long and the short of it. But I still feel like the Jets probably going to be making coaching changes at the end of the year. So that's probably the main thing that needs to happen there.
Yeah, then maybe Fields is your guy or winds up still being Sam Darnold. We'll see. It's quite a bit of time to make those decisions and quite a bit of time left here in DraftKings Leaderboard Live throughout the day. We're going to step aside. We'll be back with you in just a few minutes for the third quarter break of the Falcons and the Chiefs. We'll let you know where things stand, the leading lineups, and a whole lot more. We'll return. We are back on DraftKings Leaderboard Live. Jeff Ulrich, I'm Adam Kaufman, and we have a new leading lineup in the $3 million Fantasy Football Millionaire Contest with about 176,500 entries. It's it's bopping all around, but one guy part of it, David Montgomery, who recently, just in the last few moments, scored a touchdown. A huge relief, you have to think, Jeff, to about 43% of people. This guy is highly owned today.
Yeah, absolutely. He's still only got 18.5 points, so we got a quarter to go. And David Montgomery, he's at 79 rush yards. I mean, he's looked like a different player over the last 3 weeks. He really has looked far more effective on the ground. Part of it might just be these weaker matchups, but he definitely looks a little bit more spry, a little bit more speedier. So that's been coming through on the fantasy score sheet as well. So he's getting more rushes. Chicago's up 27-10 now. You got to figure you got a great shot at hitting the bonus here with the Montgomery. So we should see his totals continue to rise. He's got a couple other guys who made some noise. David Johnson actually has hit the rushing bonus. He's looked good over the last couple games too. At 11 catches last week. Now he's hit the rush bonus. He's got 22.8 points. He's 14% owned. So these Texans offensive players, man, I mean, Cooks and Johnson, they're going to factor in today. These are big totals they're putting up. That game, along with Gio Bernard and T. Higgins on the other side, kind of looking like a really good one to stack right now.
So the reason, Jeff, I'd start to trip all over myself is because B Pasta 002 was in front, 35th entry for that individual, with touchdowns more recently from Montgomery, and then T. Higgins got in there for Cincinnati, and then that lineup fell to 5th, but one of B Pasta's other lineups, 59th entry, actually jumped into first, has a 1-point lead. The again, B Pasta 002 faring well, and has Trubisky, Montgomery, David Johnson, has Deontay Johnson, Brandon Cooks, Jamison Crowder. Cole Kmet is in this lineup, 1.8% owned. Travis Kelce and the Jets DST. You got the fire emojis with Trubisky, David Johnson, Cooks, and Crowder all doing really well. No one quite at 30 points. Feels like we're going to get there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Cooks and DJ on Houston obviously still have like quarter and a half to go here. Who knows? Montgomery could break off a big run, but, Crowder, Cooks are the two big receivers right now. These guys are great value, and they're both over 10% owned. So those are the two wide receivers that could really smash a slate so far. But it also looks like Deontay Johnson just scored a touchdown. So yeah. B-Pass now in first and second with two different lineups.
Yeah, that's pretty good. It's a good place to be, obviously. Has another one in 8th as well. So best of luck to that individual. Again, a long way to go, as you noted, not only in these 1 o'clock games, but throughout the day. But yeah, has now Deontay Johnson with that last one is up to, let's see, about 19 points with a touchdown, 66 receiving yards, and 6 catches. So we'll keep an eye on all of it, as well as many of these guys that have been blowing up. We'll continue to throughout the second halves of these games. And stay with us here on DraftKings Leaderboard Live for all the latest. What's up, everyone? Welcome back to DraftKings Leaderboard Live. We're in the fourth quarter of our 1 o'clock portion of this main slate. Jeff Ulrich, Adam Kaufman, and of course, we'll get to the leading lineup and all that good stuff. It's a tight race on top, but just impressions of what you've seen so far here in the early games.
Oh, I mean, yeah, we have one of our biggest bust games of the season going on right now in KC. I mean, no one doing anything in that game. I think Calvin Ridley has like one catch. He was one of the highest owned wide receivers today. Tyreek Hill, nowhere near the bonus. He was up there in ownership as well. Travis Kelce's putting up some yardage. It looks like he just got another catch as well. But, Mahomes at whatever ownership he was at, he was up there as the highest owned quarterback in the Millie Maker this week. He's nowhere to be seen in the top lineups. It's Mitch Trubisky. It's Deshaun Watson. It's even Ben Roethlisberger at 2% owned, but it's not Patrick Mahomes. If you took the savings at QB right now, you're loving life. And if you targeted these late games instead with a QB like Jalen Hurts or Justin Herbert, you're also loving life.
Well, in the $3 million Fantasy Football Millionaire Contest, about 176,500 entries, and of course, $1 million going to first place if, in fact, we wind up with a solo leader. At the moment, we've got one. It is Mr. Zachary Gomez, 91, in front by about 3.5 points. Trubisky, highlighted him. He is in the leading lineup with about 25 points. David Johnson, who has a couple of touchdowns, has north of 30 now. Kareem Hunt, who's crept into double digits. Deontay Johnson has north of 20 points. You have Brandon Cooks, a half point away from 30. He hit the receiving bonus. Jamison Crowder threw for a touchdown, caught one as well. He has almost 30 points. And the Jets on their way to an upset of Cleveland. Maybe it's 20-16 in that one, still with a lot of the fourth quarter left. Travis Kelce, who you talked about, has crossed over the 20-point threshold. Gio Bernard has himself 16.5. Travis Kelce just caught a touchdown, as a matter of fact, so he is getting closer to 30. And the Jets DST is in there as well. So you have popular plays, naturally, like Kelce and Gio and, maybe Hunt, but a lot of guys that are relatively low-owned too.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it really comes down to you look at this top lineup that's in there right now. Obviously, this thing is changing minute to minute, but it's very centric. The Houston Cleveland game, you got Gio in there, 20% ownership, but then the two Houston players are a huge difference. Running back David Johnson, Brandon Cooks, no Duke Johnson for Houston. It just meant David Johnson in more of a secure spot for carries and targets, and it's played through 2 weeks in a row now. So David Johnson coming on at the end of the year. Probably a bust for most season-long owners like me who drafted him. But, these last 2 weeks for DFS has been great. And then Brandon Cooks just transforming into kind of the wide receiver one there. He's got a great quarterback to work with. So that's kind of been the game to target, quite frankly. It's really good value on all three of those players. And Trubisky at 24 points, 5,700 on DraftKings, only 9.4% ownership. So not overly chalky. It's just another good, solid output game for Mitch at well under 6-game price.
See, who needs DeAndre Hopkins?
Well,
David Johnson all the time. All right, how about the 4 o'clock games as these 1 o'clocks, get close to winding down anyway. Like I said, 4 o'clock for our fourth quarter for all of these. But these next slate of games that we have coming up, starting within the next half hour or so and a little bit later than that. The Broncos at the Chargers, Panthers, Washington, Eagles, Cowboys, Rams, Seahawks as well before Sunday Night Football later on tonight. What gets you excited about this last half of this main slate?
Yeah, to me, if you're making some late pivots or you're just you're interested in this late slate, or you're playing the late slate, whatever, the two games to me that are really interesting, I think are going to produce some fantasy points. Chargers at Denver. Denver is down defensive players. They've been brutal. Like they've been allowing almost 6 yards per carry on the ground as well. Their cornerbacks are beat up. They got Justin Herbert coming to town. And I know there's no Keenan Allen, but that's going to open up some value with a guy like Tyron Johnson as well. I think Herbert's a good low-owned QB play as well at 7,400. Obviously, if you start Mahomes, it's too late to switch over. But, you've also got Melvin Gordon on the other side of that game, who's going to probably be in line for at least 20 touches because Phillip Lindsay is out. So there's actually a couple players in that game. I think you're going to see some points, two bad defenses going up. And then you've kind of got a similar story with the Eagles and Dallas. Both these teams play fast pace. The Eagles like to rush the ball a lot with Sanders and Hurts. Dallas has probably the worst rush defense in the league. I like both those guys, and I kind of like Amari Cooper. Philly's been terrible against guarding against wide receiver one. So those are all pivot plays. Again, if you're playing the late slate as well, the afternoon slate, those are the two games I'd be targeting 100%.
Okay, we'll have more on those games coming up in just a little while. Obviously, see what's going on in the fourth quarter of these 1 o'clock games as we get a little closer to those going final as well. We'll monitor the leaderboard as we always do, and a whole lot more here on DraftKings Leaderboard Live. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, here on DraftKings Leaderboard Live. He is Jeff Ulrich. I'm Adam Kaufman. Again, these 1 o'clock games winding down. This Chiefs-Falcons game is in the final minute of action. Congrats to Travis Kelce, who is now the NFL's all-time regular season, single-season leader in receiving yards by a tight end. I know, convoluted way of congratulating a guy, but he has had a heck of a year, obviously, and what's been kind of a bust of a game, Jeff.
Yeah, it has been. I mean, we've gotten a little bit of scoring here late. I mean, Travis Kelce, 22.8 fantasy points right now. He's just under the bonus, but he's been kind of the only Chief to really do anything. I mean, Patrick Mahomes has been slow most of the day. Matt Ryan is actually getting up there in yardages. He's just under the passing bonus, I believe, but he hasn't really connected with any of his big receivers. The touchdowns have gone to Laquan Treadwell, and Hayden Hurst, right? Guys who are low owned. They don't really have much yardage, so they're not really going to factor in anyways. So the game has been a bust for fantasy purposes for sure. Kelce just kind of holding water with what we thought he'd do. Again, the real scoring has come elsewhere, and lately it's come in this Pittsburgh game.
Story in these 1 o'clock games, to your point, is that Pittsburgh game. Ben Roethlisberger is part of the leading lineup now. We have a change up top in our $3 million fantasy football millionaire contest here, with $1 million going to first place if we wind up with a solo leader. At the moment, it is Chibbard 20, who is in front by about 9 points. Roethlisberger, only 2% owned, has about 28 points. He is north of 300 passing yards to hit that bonus, has 3 passing touchdowns as well. Deontay Johnson is part of the lineup. David Johnson, who has over 30 points to his credit. Gio Bernard closing in on 20. T. Higgins has cracked that threshold. Jamison Crowder almost at 30. Travis Kelce over 20. Brandon Cooks has almost 30. Only a DST to go in this lineup. Very good build.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ben Roethlisberger, Deontay Johnson, that's kind of obviously the stack that we're looking at here as far as the Pittsburgh Steelers go. 6,400, Ben Roethlisberger, 2% ownership. Nobody had him, obviously. But, with Baker Mayfield and the Cleveland wide receiver problems, if you were on Baker, I mean, he kind of made for a natural pivot. Deontay Johnson did garner a little bit of ownership. People respecting his targets there, 12.7% owned. He's had a good day. I mean, again, 7 receptions, 74 yards. He's not getting a ton of yards. He's obviously not like a deep downfield threat constantly, but he does have a receiving touchdown, and he's burned a pretty good defense again for a touchdown. So just easily the most consistent wide receiver week in, week out on the Steelers. So pairing him with Roethlisberger at really low ownership actually made quite a bit of sense. But realistically, the points here are coming from that Cincinnati-Houston game, as we've been talking about all morning, afternoon. David Johnson, Brandon Cooks. Cooks just under 30 points, I believe. 27.2, but Johnson over at 31.9. And then you've got T. Higgins now at 21.9 and Gio Bernard at 19. So that Houston-Cincy game has, strangely enough, produced a lot of points.
Most of these games, the 1 o'clock games, have anywhere between 1 and 5-6 minutes left. So obviously a lot can happen still to impact these lineups. We also want to tell you folks about DraftKings Play for Nashville that is happening tonight. DraftKings lending a helping hand to the state of Tennessee. It's a free contest with DK swag on the line and available in the lobby for tonight's Packers Titans showdown. For every player that enters, DraftKings will donate $1 to the Community Foundation of Middle Tennessee to help residents and businesses affected by the explosion in Nashville. You can see DraftKings.com for more details on everything DK is doing. Obviously a great cause. We were talking earlier about this showdown happening, Packers, Titans in Green Bay tonight. You mentioned that you really like Aaron Rodgers in the captain spot. You're high on pairing him, stacking him with MVS, Marquez Valdes-Scantling. You like Robert Tonyan as well. You said Alan Lazard, a guy to think about. But as we know, showdown, you got to think about the other side. Who would you like to play from Tennessee?
Yeah, I mean, look, I wouldn't pair Rodgers with all those guys. Then you're just
no, some of the guys you like.
For the value, I definitely like Tonyan and Valdes-Scantling. Scantling probably a little bit better upside, but I like Rodgers in the captain. And I think if you're going to use him, Derrick Henry kind of feels like a must play against the Green Bay rush defense. But if you're going to pick and choose between the wide receivers, definitely try and get a piece of A.J. Brown. He's up there in yards per reception. He's just a big play machine. Ryan Tannehill playing well. So you might be able to skip Tannehill in this spot and then just go with Brown and Henry. That's probably what my strategy would be on the Tennessee side.
All right. Well, we are going to get out of here, the two of us, but there's lots of DraftKings Leaderboard Live on the way for you throughout the day. Our own babysitter Billy Delaney and Kenny Ducey are going to have you for the 4 o'clock slate. I'll actually return with Matt LaMarca for that showdown game later tonight that we were just talking about. So you'll have me bookending Leaderboard Live. But for Jeff and I, we want to obviously thank everyone that was a part of this. Our Matt's part of the production crew, Billy doing double duty as well, and everybody else involved. Moose, always a pleasure, buddy. I'll see you in Simland.
Yeah, absolutely. See you soon.
to Leaderboard Live. We're going over all of the big contests here, the Millionaire Maker. And Ezekiel Elliott is back this week for the Cowboys. Are you looking at him or Pollard, or are you staying away from that Dallas backfield completely, Kenny?
Well, Philadelphia really brings it on the defensive side of the football. I think that we know that at this point. That is their calling card, really. I mean, their offense has come along in recent weeks with Jalen Hurts in the lineup, but certainly I'm not looking to attack their defense whatsoever, especially with a guy that's really just looked bad this year in Ezekiel Elliott. So I really do like Pollard normally. But I think he's a little pricey at this point. But if he were more of a minimum salary guy, I'd take a look at him, because I think that he has an involvement every week, without Zeke in the lineup. But with Zeke in the lineup, I'm not looking at either of these guys. I think it's a stay away spot for me in a game where I don't think the Cowboys are really going to have a lead at any point.
Yeah, Alvin Kamara had 6 touchdowns on Sunday, and Zeke, I think, has 5 for the whole season. So that just shows you the kind of production out of him this year. Cam Akers is out for the Rams. Do you look at anyone in the Rams backfield for value today?
I'm really looking at the passing game, if anything. I mean, Cooper Kupp, I think you might have a buy low spot on him against a weak secondary in Seattle. But I think in general, a lot of smart money here is on the Rams. And so I actually think the Seahawks are going to win this game. So I'm not in love with the Rams backfield. Akers is definitely the most talented of the three. If this were a situation where it was like 6 weeks ago, and you would have told me, oh, Henderson's out, Akers is going to start, I'd be in on Akers. But, the rush defense is actually not too bad for Seattle. It's more of the secondary that they've struggled with. And a lot of that's due to Jamal Adams. He's not a cover guy. He's a blitzer, really, and he's a guy that'll stack the box. So that does tend to help stop the run. And this defense is capable of stopping the run. So I do think that the Rams are going to try to get back to throwing the football a lot here, because the rushing attack didn't work last week against the Jets, who had a good rushing defense. So I think that the receivers really are in a great buy spot, especially guys like, a guy like Kupp, who really hasn't had that much success lately. And I'm going to be off of the backfield and staying away again.
All right, and a lot of games already under our belt here in Week 16. Is there any guy who might be low owned that could break this late slate wide open potentially?
I think I said it on the Sweat this morning, but I think a guy, Tyler Lockett, the same game we're just talking to, $6,500. He's a guy that no one is going to be paying up for. I mean, you look at that red number 1, right, next to the opponent, that the Rams are number 1 against the wide receiver position in terms of defending DKFP. So I don't think anyone in the world is going to pay $6,500 for Tyler Lockett in this game. And I actually think that the Seahawks should have a heavy dose of Tyler Lockett in their game plan, considering that their outside, their exterior corners, if you will, the guys on the outside, are very good. The way to attack the Rams is in the slot. You want to attack Troy Hill, the slot corner, if you're going to attack their passing defense at all. Now, the thing about the Rams is they also have very good rushing defense. We do know that the Seahawks love to run the ball with Chris Carson, but I think that aside from running the ball with Carson, throwing it to Lockett should be their number 2 option in terms of what they want to do in this game. So I could see a lot of Tyler Lockett. I think that he's going to get a high volume of targets, make a high volume of receptions. I don't think he's going to go for over 100 yards and multiple touchdowns, but if you can get 8 to 10 receptions from Tyler Lockett, you got a great base. And then, maybe he goes for 60, 70 yards. Perhaps he scores. You can look at a good game for him. So I actually really like Tyler Lockett, $6,500, as a guy who could break the slate, just considering I don't think anyone in the world is going to own him. And think about it, Billy. There were so many cheap options today with the Browns receivers, even some of the guys on the Eagles, Goddard, Ward. I mean, there's cheap options all over the place. So I don't think that anyone's going to have any issue. Gio Bernard, 4,800. No one's going to have an issue fitting $6,500 into their lineup. So I think that it's there for you if you pay up for Tyler Lockett.
Yeah, that was the talk. A lot of cheap guys. You could probably stack a lot of guys. That might have hurt it because, a lot of the chalk really didn't hit. We're looking at the Millionaire contest right now, and the leader should charge 20 when these things kick off at 4:25, which is just a minute away. Do you see them being able to hang on, or do you see one of those, guys like you were talking about coming out of nowhere and breaking the slate?
I don't. Especially looking at Chabard. I mean, he's got Kelsey in his lineup was really chalky. He just finished with 22 points. I think a guy like Noah Fant could have a pretty good game against the Chargers. You look at a lot of these other guys that just didn't seem to really hit. We saw, you mentioned the chalk with a guy like, I don't know, J.K. Dobbins was kind of chalky. David Montgomery was the guy I was really thinking. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at some lineups in the corner of my eye. But David Montgomery, he was supposed to have an all-time day against this Jaguars defense. He was on just under 44% owned and finished with 20 points. So I think that there's plenty of opportunity here for someone to have a less popular option go off. And it's not even like you need that many points, right? You need like 25, 30 points from somebody who is lower owned. So I think that you mentioned it with the chalk. I think that we're going to see, perhaps it's a secondary receiver for the Chargers with Keenan Allen out, a Hunter Henry, even Austin Eckler. I don't think Austin Eckler was super popular today. So I think that there's plenty of talent still on this slate to, and especially looking at that Rams Seahawks game. I know the whole world thinks that the Rams defense is going to, rebound from that game against the Jets, and the Seahawks defense has been trending upwards. But I think that we could see a lot of points in that one. Again, too, Philly, I mean, how many people for Philly should we be seeing with getting the football in their hands with Jalen Hurts? I mean, Hurts is going to be the chalkiest quarterback of the day, right? Mm-hmm. So you look at all these quarterbacks, Roethlisberger, Watson, 30 points, 28 points. I mean, Hurts could go for 40 today, just based on the rushing upside that he has. So I think that there's plenty of points to be had here. And I think we're going to see a lot more than 210 finishing atop.
All right, and speaking of that, there's plenty of action going on DraftKings, and there's also a good cause going on DraftKings right now. DraftKings is lending a helping hand to the state of Tennessee. There is a free contest with DraftKings swag on the line available in the lobby for tonight's Packers-Titans showdown. For every player that enters, DraftKings will donate $1 to the Community Foundation of Middle Tennessee to help residents and businesses affected by the explosion in Nashville. See DraftKings.com for more details, and we'll be back in just a little bit. All right, welcome back, everybody, to Leaderboard Live. He is Kenny Ducey. I am Billy Delaney, and we are checking in once again as these games tick down. Some of them already well into the second quarter, some of them just starting the second quarter. Jalen Hurts, a guy that you liked, Kenny, put together 2 scoring drives for the Eagles. You mentioned he might be one of the best QBs of the day. What'd you like from him in the early going here?
Yeah, I mean, he almost had that touchdown with his legs, so he's been doing a lot in both facets of the game, but taking obviously deep shots. He hooks up with Deshaun Jackson. I think that this is what makes him such an appealing fantasy option, is that he can truly do it with both his arms and his legs. I think we've seen that from Kyler Murray, which is what makes him super exciting as well, but to a lesser extent of late, right? Kyler Murray's had a lot of issues throwing the football lately. He does have a tremendous arm. Josh Allen, these are guys that possess the same type of talent, but Hurts will run for a high volume. I think that there's a big difference between Hurts and, Russell Wilson or even Josh Allen, who I just mentioned. Those guys don't usually run a whole lot. There's not a lot of design runs for them. They usually run out of necessity. There will be some design runs around the goal line, stuff like that, but for the most part, they're not going to rush 11, 12 times a game like a Lamar Jackson was. But then you look at Lamar Jackson, right? He's not getting it done through the air. He's capable, but that's just not where you get the numbers from him. So Hurts, running 23 yards already on 2 carries and showing that he's able to air it out there with 89 yards, pretty good. And so I think that's, again, you look at a guy here who has the potential, I think, against anytime he has a bad matchup, to go for the double bonus. And that's exactly what you're seeing right now. So this should be a fun game. We see Dallas already back on the scoreboard, 14-10. Hurts is going to have to throw the football a lot more, and that's exactly what you want to hear if you rostered Hurts. He was very chalky, but I do think that we're going to see a lot of lineups with him at quarterback start to rise up the leaderboard.
Yeah, it's not bad chalk when they're scoring, and he's looked pretty good as of late, like you said, doing with his arm, doing with his legs. A lot of good young quarterbacks in the league doing it right now. And in that game, a little bit of a NFC East duel, and that is going to be the thing coming down here. It looks like if all of these scores hold up right now, as Washington is trailing to Carolina, so things could get really, really interesting in that NFC East. With Hurts playing the way he has been and how much you like him, do you give the Eagles the edge if things kind of shake out to where it's, everybody's playing to get in on that last day there?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that it's unfair to the football team to judge them based on, what they're showing today so far. I mean, this is a team that is starting Dwayne Haskins, and we have to evaluate them as such. And so if Alex Smith comes back, I do think that this team certainly can and should win the NFC East, but this is exactly what I've been kind of bracing for, frankly, was this week 17 game to get into the playoffs in the NFC East. The way the schedule matched up, it was either the Eagles run the table, including the Packers, and get in, or, this was really the likely scenario to me for the last few weeks. I mean, obviously, Washington had a good chance today against Carolina, and so far it has not been looking good for them. There's, of course, a lot of time, in that game. I mean, we saw what happened with just the Steelers, just a few hours ago, coming back from 24-3. The football team's offense certainly lacks the firepower that the Steelers offense does, but I think it's possible. But yeah, I mean, I would give the Eagles the leg up, which is why, the play, 3 weeks ago was take the football team, win the division, plus 160, sprinkle a little bit on the Eagles, plus 1,700, and then, you're guaranteed to have profit, and I'm usually wrong, but that one I guess I was right about. But that to me was, once you looked at the Giants' upcoming schedule, once they lost that game to the Seahawks, I think it became apparent to everybody what was about to happen. It was a two-horse race, and the football team started out in front. But anyway, I mean, look, that defense is so good. I don't think that you can count them out of any game, and I think that's going to be a really tight game against the Eagles if it's for the division, if it turns out that way. So yeah, it's a tough one to call right now.
Yeah, it's been quite the wild division. Hopefully we get some wild finishes here. And just to keep you guys in mind here at DraftKings, we are lending a helping hand to the state of Tennessee. Swag available on the line for tonight's Packers-Titans showdown. For every player that enters, DraftKings will donate $1 to the Community Foundation of Middle Tennessee to help residents and businesses affected by the explosion in Nashville. See DraftKings.com for more details. That'll do it for me and Kenny now, but we'll be back in just a little bit. All right, and we are back for another edition of Leaderboard Live as we are, right around the third quarter and a half for a few of these games. So, Kenny, big game out of Dallas. A lot going on in that division, obviously, as we come down to the final 2 weeks here. But Cowboys take a late lead with Dalton to Gallup touchdown. He's only 5.3% owned, Gallup is, in the Millionaire Contest. Was that a guy you were considering at all in this one?
Absolutely. I mean, he was on my list this morning. We were going over options. I mean, he at $4,100, I thought is a little bit cheap for a guy that had 25 targets over 3 games before last week's clunker against San Francisco. And look, he even had 11 points because he had the touchdown, but the reception totals just weren't there for Gallup. Ultimately, I do think that he is one of Andy Dalton's favorite targets. He is a guy that has incredible talent. And when you look at this matchup, Avonte Maddox again for him. One of the worst quarterbacks in football, according to Pro Football Focus. He was a guy I was looking at, just considering the fact that, this is not a great, the defense as a whole is good, but they have some holes in the secondary. Like they have a few guys here who can't cover. The number one cornerback is very good, but other than that, they have some issues. So I thought Gallup was worth a shot here in a divisional game, but apparently not a lot of other people did.
Yeah, speaking of interdivisional games here, we've had another one that's kind of been division that's been ping-ponging back a little bit and forth here. The Rams and the Seahawks locked at a 6-6, pillow fight right now of a game. Do you consider that at all late in the season? These teams know each other so well when going into these type of matchups. Any consideration when picking your squad?
So the one thing that I think about in those matchups, I don't think it has to do with an abundance of scouting. I think it's more of just this is the second time playing an opponent, and so I think that when you see a team play another team a second time, it's going to be different. It's not going to look the same. It's going to be there's going to be an adjustment. So let's just say that the Broncos beat the Chargers, late in that game with throwing the football, maybe the Broncos will look to establish the run early, something like that. But I definitely think that, it, like you look at DK Metcalf locked up by Jalen Ramsey the first time the Rams and Seahawks played. That's something where I feel like, okay, that's a more one-on-one matchup. So I'm not looking at DK Metcalf to magically get better at that. As a Jets fan, I learned for years, Revis versus Randy Moss, all these things. There are tendencies like Revis versus Randy Moss, right? And Revis versus other receivers, it was a different story. Like there are matchups there, cornerback versus receiver matchups, where I feel like there is a lot of consistency. So in that way, I do think that there's a lot of I guess credence to be put behind like reading into previous matchups. But I think it's more about just like the game script, where you can kind of guess. You can get a feel sometimes for how the offense or how the coach is going to have the offense go, something like that, where maybe like they're going to lean more on the run to switch things up, or maybe they'll have this guy more involved on offense, their third receiver, their slot receiver, something like that. But yeah, so that's what I was looking at when I was looking at this Rams Seahawks game. I was trying to figure out ways which they were going to try to differentiate themselves from last time they played, and maybe Tyler Lockett gets involved on the inside, which obviously hasn't been the case.
Well, still a lot of time to get involved if that is the case. And like you mentioned, Ramsey is just, one of the best defenders in the league. So you kind of got to tip your hat every now and then to them. But contests are coming down here. Michael Gallup, huge in a lot of these contests for the current leaders, giving both the millionaire and the late one, the play action. The leader has Gallup in both of those. Any of those guys you're looking to come from behind? There's some guys with a decent amount of player minutes remaining here.
Yeah, look, the number one lineup here with Gallup and the Chargers defense certainly looks good. Although I will say I'm not a big believer in this Chargers defense. I mean, I know that a lot of people aren't either, but I think they're going to wilt here. I think that the Denver Broncos certainly have a few scores in them. But yeah, taking a look at some of the other ones, like, it's mainly Gallup in these lineups, right? But like Robbie Anderson only has 15.6 points. Carolina only leads by 14 now because Washington's kicked the field goal. So like that's a game maybe they throw a little bit more. Maybe Robbie can get another 10 points. But, you look at the defenses, and generally speaking, you look at them going the other way. Like Red Sox 1 has Mike Williams, who only has 9.4 points, 10% ownership. Like, he's in 14th place. That's an example of a lineup that, again, could rise up the leaderboard with with a nice little play. Cam Sims 6.3% owned with Maziv 42 with just 6 points. So there's a lot of potential out there, I feel like, for a few guys to make an impact. And again, maybe it's a guy like Tyler Lockett who no one's on. Maybe for Denver, it's a Jerry Jeudy catching a touchdown. He's already having a nice day with 5 catches for 51 yards. Noah Fant 3 catches for 26. Like, those are guys that, again, catch a touchdown, all of a sudden this thing kind of changes. So there's a lot of potential here on the board. I do agree. And like I said, Cam Sims, Robbie Anderson, or Mike Williams are 3 guys that I'm looking at who could maybe have a big second half and push their lineups to the top.
Yeah, a lot of action happening right now as we speak, so be sure to stay tuned here. And a lot of action on the DK pages still, and some for a good cause. DraftKings is lending a helping hand to the state of Tennessee. There's a free contest with DraftKings swag online available in the lobby for tonight's Packers-Titans showdown. For every player that enters, DraftKings will donate $1 to the Community Foundation of Middle Tennessee to help residents and businesses affected by the explosion in Nashville. See DraftKings.com for more details, and stay with us as these contests unfold here. All right, Leaderboard Live, fourth quarter, pretty much underway in all of these contests. End of the Cowboys, third quarter there. Some good finishes here. Hopefully some good finishes on the leaderboard. It's Kenny, it's Billy. So it looks like the Cowboys were pulling away. Interception there right before the start of the fourth. Do you think that they are in a good position to make the playoffs in Week 17 as it stands right now, Kenny?
I still don't think so. No, I mean, I think that you look at the fact that Alex Smith will be back next week, okay? And this football team is good. They have a very good defense. Chase Young, today you saw him make a few plays. They clearly are hampered by having no quarterback, though. I think that's pretty obvious at this point. Haskins looked awful today. Heineke actually looked pretty good in his one game. But, when you break it down, you look at the Cowboys, they have to beat the Giants, and then you also have to have the Eagles beat the football team. Now, look, it's possible, right? I mean, anything's possible, and certainly the way that the Giants have been playing, they've been playing some really bad football. I think that you could make a case that the Cowboys win that game, but the football team losing to the Eagles with the playoffs on the line with Alex Smith back. I mean, this is a team that did beat the Pittsburgh Steelers, and I know that everyone's made fun of how bad the Pittsburgh Steelers have been, but this is still, to me, a playoff team. Their defense is so strong. And that Eagles defense and the Cowboys defense, frankly, they're both very weak. So I could see the Washington team having a breakthrough on offense against Philadelphia. And on the other side of the coin, I mean, I could see the in a rivalry game, the Giants just pulling out a win from their bag of tricks and coming up with a victory against against the Cowboys. I think that that's a very realistic possibility too. So you have to look at two things happening on the same week, and it gets a little tricky. So despite what it looks like right now, I don't think that the Cowboys are going to make the playoffs.
Yeah, it's going to be a really, really interesting Week 17, and what we thought was is the weakest division in football, but it's still going to be very, very exciting to watch. A team that we thought had a terrible defense early on seems to be rounding into form. Huge goal line stand with the help of Jamal Adams for the Seahawks to keep the Rams out of the end zone late there. So they've given up less than 17 points since haven't given up more, than 17 points since week 11. Are they rounding into form right at the right time here?
I think so. I would also caution that the competition really hasn't been that great. So I think they still have a lot of issues in their secondary. But yes, I mean, this rush defense has been good all season long. And Jamal Adams, he blitzes. I mean, that's what he does. He doesn't really cover very well, but he stuffs the run. He can come around the edge and blitz, and he can make plays in that way because he's very fast. So he's certainly been a factor. And you look at their talent, whether it's Wright and Bobby Wagner on that line, they have a lot of talent up front. Their secondary, again, with Griffin banged up for a lot of the season, hasn't been quite the same. But I caution people saying they're rounding into form. Like, I just don't think that this secondary has magically fixed all its issues. But I do think that they are one of the, best teams going into the playoffs. When you look at how many great teams, how many teams are you that, confident in going into the postseason? I mean, every team has its flaws, right? Even the Chiefs today, like, what the heck was that from the Chiefs today? Last 5 weeks really for the Chiefs have been so unconvincing. The Steelers, obviously, they looked like the worst undefeated team ever. That had an undefeated record for a long time. Obviously the NFC East winner is going to be bad. The Buffalo Bills, I mean, they've had their own shortcomings with bad opponents. They've struggled to put opponents away. The Browns might not make the playoffs. Like, there's so many teams in the playoffs this year that I don't think are really convincing. So it's hard for me to say that the Seahawks don't have a great shot because they're not perfect. Like, no team in the playoffs is perfect right now. Look at the team they're beating, the Rams. The Rams will be there, right? So I think that the Seahawks have plenty of talent. They're playing plenty good football, and they should be in there.
Yeah, it's been a weird NFL year. Rams lost to the Jets, and now they're putting up a fight against the Seahawks. Seahawks have Russell Wilson, so that's good enough for me to give them a shot in the playoffs. And if you want to continue to play on DraftKings tonight, for a good cause, by the way, DraftKings is lending a helping hand to the state of Tennessee. There is a free contest with DraftKings swag on the line in the lobby for tonight's Packers-Titans showdown. For every player that enters, DraftKings will donate $1 to the Community Foundation of Middle Tennessee to help residents and businesses affected by the explosions in Nashville. See DraftKings.com for more details. And as for me and Kenny, we will be back in just a little bit. All right, it is Kenny, it is Billy one last time before we hand it off to LaMarca and Kaufman, but we had one heck of a finish here. Let me pull up my notes for the questions because I was not prepared. Not exactly the game we had circled here to be the one that went for all of the points, but Cincinnati-Houston was the one that was stacked that looks like it's going to be the winning lineup in the Millionaire Contest. Obviously, nothing is final just yet, but J.W. Sherry looks like he's going to be the big winner of the day. What do you think about stacking that game, Kenny?
Ooh, I mean, it is pretty difficult to do when you're thinking about the prospects of a backup quarterback, right, being in your stack, but with Brandon Allen. But, I guess you got to give the guy some props. He clearly took some shots on some players that were going to be lower owned and a bit cheaper because of the, what you're looking at here with the stack. And what you end up getting is a Gio Bernard, who was a favorite of a lot of people. I mean, he has been running very well in place of Joe Mixon. And, T. Higgins is clearly one of the up-and-coming receivers that, really kind of gets lost in the discussion when you talk about your Justin Jeffersons of the world. Calvin Ridley. I mean, T. Higgins with Joe Burrow, could wind up being one of the best receivers that we see come out of the first round in all these years. So he's very talented. He had a great game today in what ended up being a win. And, Deshaun Watson, I mean, $7,600 was a steep price to pay. But I think the thing with Deshaun Watson is none of these quarterbacks were good up in the top tier, right? You didn't have a Patrick Mahomes or a Lamar Jackson going for 40 or 50 points, or heck, even Jalen Hurts, right? Jalen Hurts didn't have a good game. And I think because Jalen Hurts didn't have a good game, that sent a ripple effect down to the rest of the lineup. So now you do have the opportunity to win, even though you took Mitch Trubisky or Deshaun Watson, anyone who had just an okay day. There weren't any quarterbacks here who had fantastic days. Even Ben Roethlisberger had a good day with 28 points. So, you were able to pivot off of the chalk and play anybody, really. You didn't have to pick the right guy. It could have been a whole host of guys. And even this lineup, really nothing spectacular about it, right? Mark Andrews, 13 points. David Montgomery was the chalkiest option that J.W. picked, and 20 points. I mean, that's it. Like that's awful. So for a guy that's 43% owned, right? You expect more than 20 points against the Jaguars. He ran for just the one touchdown, didn't even hit the bonus. So that's a disappointment for David Montgomery and still win despite it. It reminds me a lot of last week when, people took Alvin Kamara and he had 17 points at like 70% ownership in the FFWC. It was a travesty. So he won in spite of some disappointing performances. Even the Chargers defense wasn't that great, right? They let Denver back in the game late. So hats off to him. And again, just the way the slate broke down, no one really went off. There were no monster performances. So as long as you hit some doubles and triples, you were fine.
Yeah, and not officially final yet, obviously. We'll, finish out those scores in a little bit, but heck of a performance by him. And like you said, the Chargers were going to let it back in. T. Higgins was like 2 yards, 1 yard shy of the bonus. So he could have had even a bigger day if some of those guys held on. But over in the 1 million play action contest, Grux 58 stacked the same game, but he also had Curtis Samuel and the Carolina defense come through for his team. What'd you think of that lineup?
I mean, the Carolina defense to me was an interesting one, but probably a chalky one just because you look at the way that the football team have played with Dwayne Haskins. It was a good call, and it ended up giving him enough in this one, enough ammo. So I like that play a lot. Again, it was a disappointing day for the football team really on a whole. I mean, we'll talk about the playoffs in a second, but they had to go to Heineke late in that game and turn the ball over. I mean, they had so many opportunities to win that game. But I think the bigger thing here, paired with the Panthers defense, was Curtis Samuel at 3.6% ownership, 23.8 DKFP. He hit the receiving bonus. He had 5 catches, 52 yards on the ground. The thing about Curtis Samuel, the reason he was 3.6% owned, you look down at his recent games, he's coming off an 8-point game last week. He had 12 2 weeks prior. So you don't really know when this guy's going to go off, right? He has elite speed. He can go off, but there's just really no telling when he's going to go off. And I don't think anybody in their right mind thought, oh, Washington football team, one of the best secondaries in the league, one of the best pass rushers in the league, Teddy Bridgewater, one of the quarterbacks that struggled most of late. Yeah, let me fire up Curtis Samuel here at $4,900. But that's exactly what G. Rux did, and it paid off. I think that Samuel was the key to this lineup because he just came in at $4,900. I'm just trying to see, I think his fourth least expensive player and one of his best ones. I think that was the biggest value hit. Jamison Crowder was relatively popular. Higgins was relatively popular. Gio Bernard was popular. So, Samuel was his contrarian play here, his value play, and it really paid off. So Samuel and the Panthers defense, and then coupling them, getting 44 points out of both of them, I don't think anyone would have foreseen, considering the matchup there. Again, the Panthers defense, maybe I'll give you that one. But Samuel against one of the best defenses in the league now.
Yeah, he had a great little stack going on. A couple of those games he played really well. And like you mentioned, the Panthers stack, with Curtis Samuel and the defense right there, getting him almost 25 points. That's one heck of a play. So what was your biggest takeaway from today, Kenny?
Look, I know that it might be recency bias because we just finished these games, but my biggest takeaway from the day is that the Eagles are just not that good, Billy. I mean, look, I was dead wrong on this team. I thought the Eagles were destined for the playoffs, and this was pre-Hurts. Like I thought that this team had the talent. The thing about the Eagles is they do this every single year. The last 2 years they've done it. They've looked awful in the middle of the season. They've had a horrible loss. You look at 2 years ago, they lost to the Dolphins. I think it was their third win of the year. In like week 15 or something. Last year again, remember that game in the rain against the Giants, Boston Scott, Monday Night Football. That team was, people were laughing at how bad that team was. They couldn't even beat the Giants. The Giants they did end up beating them, right? But like for a while there, they were struggling. That was one of the worst teams in football. They couldn't even beat them. So this team has not looked good the last 3 years, yet they've made the playoffs, and they've shown in the playoffs that they deserve to be there. So it felt like the same narrative was developing this year, and you thought for sure a Cowboys team with holes in the secondary, and especially up front, right? They've really been terrible stopping the run. You thought that Jalen Hurts, the read option, they would be able to exploit them, but things turned on a dime. I mean, they went out to that early lead, that 14-3 lead. The Cowboys immediately right back and then just dominated the whole second half, 17-0 in the second half. I think the Cowboys, to me, right now, feel like the best team in the NFC East. It certainly doesn't feel like the Giants. The Giants got killed again today, yet the Giants still have an equal chance to make it with the Cowboys. You still think the football team wins here because they have to lose to give up the division, and they're playing the Eagles, who apparently aren't good anymore. And they have look, Chase Young today made some really big plays. So I think we can't discount the football team because they lost today with their backup quarterback and their third string quarterback even. I think Alex Smith comes back next week. I think that the football team wins pretty comfortably over the Eagles, considering that secondary looked awful today. When Andy Dalton's carving you up, Alex Smith can do the same.
Yeah, it was a big loss for them, and losing Fletcher Cox obviously didn't help, but I don't know if that was going to stem the tide anymore. So like you mentioned, the Eagles have a chance to play spoiler on Washington. We have another win and you're in scenario. Cardinals versus Rams, the Week 17 matchup. The winner of that is guaranteed a playoff spot. Is there anything you're looking for in any of these games as, we get the basically playoff games next week?
I mean, the Rams, I don't know what to say about this team anymore. I mean, I didn't think they were going to come out strong here against the Seahawks. I predicted the Seahawks would win this game. They did. But this is a defense that is supposed to be elite, right? And this defense got carved up by Sam Darnold late. They played well today against the Seahawks, but ultimately, crumbled late again. And I really think that there's a lot of valid questions out there about Jared Goff and his ability to quarterback a team. I mean, he has some good games, but when you look at the teams that he's played well against this year, most of them, Billy, are bad teams. Most of them are bad defenses. He has yet to prove to me that he can step up in a big game and play well. And I know this is the same guy that went to the Super Bowl years ago, but, the Saints didn't really exactly play their hearts out in that game. And it wasn't Roby Coleman that got the Saints eliminated. It was, the terrible play by the Saints. I mean, Michael Thomas didn't even show up for that game. The defense blew a late lead. So I'm not sold on Goff right now being a playoff quarterback, being the guy that's going to, lead this team to the Super Bowl this year. I feel bad for Sean McVay. I think Sean McVay's a very good coach. I think they have a lot of talent on that offense. But, I mean, where was it today? You have one of the cushiest matchups you can ask for against the Seattle secondary, right? Everyone loves playing the Seattle secondary. We've seen every single quarterback, even like Daniel Jones, had
Cam Newton.
Or Colt McCoy had a good day against Seattle secondary, right? Cam Newton. And what happens today? Nothing. I mean, Jared Goff, absolutely nothing to show for it. It killed people that own Cooper Kupp and Robert Woods and Tyler Higbee. I'm sure a lot of people went heavy on the Rams today. against this matchup. Everyone's always attacked the Seattle secondary all year long, and nothing from Jared Goff. Some turnovers, some horrible play, bad pocket awareness. So I don't know what's left to say about this team, but I don't think they deserve to make the playoffs anymore. I don't. I think that I was singing their praises 3 weeks ago. I thought this was an elite team. I don't think they deserve to make the playoffs anymore. So we'll see. We'll see.
It's really tough. I'm with you on the defense there. They have some great players, obviously. Aaron Donald and Jalen Ramsey could be, two of the best at their positions. So it'll be an interesting game. It's always fun to watch Kyler Murray. So that'll be fun in week 16. But also don't forget tonight, you can get in on the Packers-Titans showdown for a good cause. DraftKings is lending a helping hand to the state of Tennessee. There's a free contest with DraftKings swag available in the lobby for tonight's Packers-Titans showdown. For every player that enters, DraftKings will donate $1 to the Community Foundation of Middle Tennessee to help residents and businesses affected by the explosion in Nashville. See DraftKings.com for more details. And stick with us here tonight, all night on Leaderboard Live. As I mentioned, Adam Kaufman and Matt LaMarca will be back to get you updated on that late night contest. But for right now, for Kenny, I'm Billy. Have a good night, guys.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back into DraftKings Leaderboard Live. Pleased to be back with you after spending the 1 o'clock portion of the slate with you, and take a little break and right back at it with a jolly-looking Matt LaMarca. How are you, buddy? Merry Christmas.
Yeah, I didn't put the Santa beard on, so I won't lean into it too hard. But I'm doing well. Had a nice holiday. Had a little time off, and now I'm ready to get back to the grind. So hopefully we should have a fun football game tonight. And, you know, nothing says December football at Lambeau Field
with snow
better
on
than
the
a
ground,
little
no
snow.
less. Yeah, we'll have plenty of time to talk about that in the next couple of minutes. Before we do, I want to remind people that DraftKings is doing a very special Play for Nashville contest. If you haven't heard about this over the course of the day, it's really very simple and obviously a great cause. DraftKings is lending a helping hand to the state of Tennessee. There's a free contest with DraftKings swag on the line available to you in the lobby for tonight's Packers-Titans showdown. It is a free contest for every player that enters. DraftKings will donate $1 to the Community Foundation of Middle Tennessee to help residents and businesses affected by the explosion in Nashville. You can see DraftKings.com for more information. I will already tell you we have north of 80,000 entries to this free contest. Top 250 finishers will receive DK swag. So clearly a lot of money going to a great charity already. And hopefully if you can get in there before lineups lock, and again, it is a free contest, you can continue to up that total of a donation from DraftKings. But Matt, that contest, this game in mind, of course, taking place, Packers-Titans at Lambeau Field. And for anyone that, you know, if you had built a lineup, let's say, early in the day, you might be throwing a bit of a loop if you were to go and revisit right now because of the forecast. We're dealing with snow, and I know there are the likes of Steve Buchanan out there that says, weather, who cares? I'm not one of those. Petrified me. How do you feel about the weather impact on this game?
Yeah, I tend to view weather in like the extremes, you know, when you have extremely high winds or extreme rains, snow, etc. Like that matters to me. When it's just sort of the moderate stuff, I think that people sort of overreact a little bit. So we'll see what happens here. I mean, the total on this game, for what it's worth, has dipped by about 3.5 points. The opening line was around 56, and now it's down to 52.5. So there's still plenty of offense expected. It's just not as much as maybe we initially anticipated. So I'm not saying that it's going to be a bad night for the offenses because of the weather, but you might see one or two receivers slip or a ball get dropped that normally gets caught, something like that.
Lineups are going to be locking in the next couple of minutes. It might be a stack the defenses kind of night for the people. I don't know. That's up to you, obviously. Clearly, you have a couple of offenses that have the ability to be very potent here in this one, not to mention after what Patrick Mahomes did earlier, Aaron Rodgers might be thinking about going out and solidifying the most valuable player award for the NFL this season. Who is your captain for this game?
I really like Aaron Jones. I think he's underpriced for his current role. If you look at this Packers backfield, no Jamal Williams tonight. Without Williams, I think that Jones becomes the clear number one running back for the Packers. You know, he can occasionally lose some touches to Jamal Williams. I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case with A.J. Dillon back there. Jones had 20 carries last week after, with Jamal Williams leading at halftime, which was a season high. So this is a good matchup for him. If he can get another, 20 carries and a couple of targets or around those marks, I think he could be looking at a huge day. And he's not going to cost you as much as some of the other players in this top tier. Like he's $3K less than Derrick Henry in the flex, $4,500 cheaper in the captain spot. And I think that they have pretty similar expectations tonight.
It's easy to say, play Aaron Rodgers, play Ryan Tannehill, play the top running backs, Derrick Henry and Aaron Jones, play Devontae Adams, play A.J. Brown. The list goes on. You can only fit so many of these guys, though. So who do you are the must plays?
Yeah, I mean, I think Jones for me is a must play. Other than that, it's tough. I do think that this is going to be competitive. So I'm probably going to want to get guys from both teams. But like you said, it's hard to find the value plays to do it. So I think Allen Lazard at 5,600. If I like his chances tonight. Devontae Adams, we know he's maybe the best receiver in football, but he draws a tough matchup tonight against Malcolm Butler. And with Malcolm Butler shadowing Adams, maybe it's a slightly less productive night than usual for him, which means that some of the other guys are going to have to pick up the slack for the Packers. I think Lazard is the top candidate there. And I also really like Robert Tonyan at 6,400. This Tennessee defense is dead last in terms of DVOA against the tight end position this season. So Tonyan, I think, is somebody who should have a pretty good game. He scored a touchdown in 5 straight weeks. I think he makes it 6 tonight.
Lineups have locked. Does it concern you, guys like Robert Tonyan, Jonnu Smith? I mean, both, the number one tight ends, but they are so touchdown dependent in terms of their fantasy production.
Yeah, if it was a normal slate, I would maybe be a little bit wary of Tonyan, but he is not that expensive considering how good he has been this year. I mean, people don't understand, or people might not know, Tonyan is like the number 4 tight end in fantasy football this year. So especially given the matchup, I feel very comfortable playing him. I also feel comfortable playing Jonnu Smith. He's coming off, almost 100% of the snaps last week. He played on 63 of 65 snaps. So that is a ton of playing time for somebody at 4,600. He can get you, a similar stat line to what he did last week. He had 5 catches for 52 yards. That would be more than acceptable at his current salary. So I don't even think he needs to score a touchdown at 4,600.
Who stands out for you value-wise? I know you mentioned A.J. Dillon before.
Yeah, Dillon is somebody that I expect to play tonight, but maybe not as much as some people are thinking. He was only on the field for 5 snaps last week, only saw 1 carry. I think he probably gets, 4 or 5 touches tonight. I think maybe if you're looking to go cheap, you look at Mercedes Lewis. I think that if you want a real punt play, he might be somebody who can catch a touchdown for you real cheap. He's been playing at least 30 snaps in 4 straight weeks, so he's on the field. I think he's somebody that can maybe score a touchdown at a cheap salary and allow you to load up a bunch of studs.
Do you have a favorite prop bet tonight?
Yep. Aaron Jones, over 70.5 rushing yards. Again, I think Aaron Jones, there's a chance he's the highest scoring player on the slate. I really like him tonight, and I think that he cruises over 70.5 yards, probably gets over 100 would be my guess.
Quick look at the ownership before we do move on here. Derrick Henry is about 68% owned. No shock there. Devontae Adams behind him at about 63.5. You have Aaron Jones, Aaron Rodgers, both in the upper 50s. All your name has to be is Aaron. You're taken care of there. Robert Tonyan and Corey Davis, both in the low 30s. Talked about, Tonyan anyway, more so than Davis. A.J. Dillon, though, a lot of people thinking that he's going to show up in some regard because he is about 30% owned. Jonnu Smith, same thing. Ryan Tannehill, Alan Lazard, similar at 28%. A.J. Brown, 26. The list goes on from there. Just scanning here, Mercedes Lewis, you mentioned him. He's at about 15%. Darrington Evans is at about 15%. You got the defenses that are both, between 9 and 14%. And, list goes on from there, obviously. But those are some of the biggies for sure.
Yeah, and I think A.J. Brown standing out to me as somebody who is a little bit overlooked here at just 26%. I really like his spot. The way the Titans use him, I don't think he's going to see a ton of Jair Alexander in this matchup. I think Corey Davis is going to see that matchup a little bit more. So I think A.J. Brown has a chance to have a big game here. Obviously the weather is a concern, but if the Titans are passing, I expect him to be their go-to option. Yet only 26% ownership compared to Corey Davis and Jonnu Smith. That seems low for me.
Our guy Fantasy Hawk in the Chat Kings conference room says, Mercedes Lewis, my value pick, so I hope you're right, Lamarca. He's my captain.
Well, that's probably a little too aggressive for me.
But good luck salary savings, though. You got a hell of a flex.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I just don't know if Mercedes really has the ceiling. But you know what? If that works off and you're in the right contest, you could probably own a Mercedes by the end of the night.
Time for us to go. Good news is we'll be back plenty of times over the course of the night before Sunday Night Football is up. Thanks for staying with us. We got Matt Lamarca. I am Adam Kaufman. All of you out there watching, we appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out and enjoy the frozen tundra of Landreau Field. Whatever. All right. What's up, everyone? Welcome back to DraftKings Leaderboard Live. He's Matt LaMarca. I'm Adam Kaufman. You're you. And through one quarter in Green Bay with snow on the ground, the Packers have a 6-0 lead on the visiting Tennessee Titans. Derrick Henry has done nothing so far. 12. It's gone to 12 just in the last 6 seconds as the second quarter is just underway. How about that? Aaron Rodgers, you can't slow the man down. You know what? That's where I was going to go anyway. A lot of people concerned about the snow, LaMarca, and the passing game for either team. Doesn't appear that Aaron Rodgers wants anything to do with that conversation.
No, it does not. I mean, maybe you were onto it. I think the MVP narrative is strong in Green Bay right now. Rodgers senses a little blood in the water, and he wants that title. So, they threw a little screen pass around the goal line on first down. Normally that's a down where maybe you might see a running play, but nope. We're just going to swing it out to Devontae Adams, and he did a great job making his man miss. And now a touchdown to Equanimous St. Brown. So if you were looking for a value play, bang, there it is. Equanimous St. Brown, $200 to roster today. Just 3.8% owned in the play action contest. And that's a big day already. 9.1 DraftKings points on just that one play.
Equanimous St. Brown, and somewhere Key and Peele smile. So it is 12-0 in this very moment, Green Bay. I assume, although, teaches you, Mason Crosby the first time around, what happens when you assume. But hopefully the extra point is efficient, is good, and it becomes a 13-0 game. But again, right now, the Packers obviously comfortably ahead. The Titans tried to throw a little bit early on. Ryan Tannehill, he only had the one completion for a dozen yards into the hands of Batson. It was Henry running the ball 4 times. Tannehill scrambled once as well. So I guess one team got the memo in terms of how to play in the snow. The other, like we said, it just doesn't matter. Are we on the way to a very, very lopsided game, or recognizing that it's very early here, are the Titans going to wake up?
I'm not ready to say that yet, but man, it seems like Green Bay is certainly on their way to putting up a bunch of points. So I think that this drive coming up here for the Titans is an important one. A failed attempted 2-point conversion, by the way, for the Packers. So it's 12-0. Aaron Jones attempted the rush, did not get in. 12-0. I think the Titans, I'm not going to say it's a must-score drive, but they have to get some mojo going at least. If they end up having another quick drive, punt it back to Green Bay, and then Green Bay puts more points on the board, then we can start talking potential blowout game here.
The Steelers clinched the AFC North. Seahawks clinched the NFC West earlier. AFC, NFC wild cards still up for grabs, and we can take a complete look at the playoff picture if we'd like. But who do you like to make the playoffs in the AFC as we near the regular season wrapping up?
Well, I think that the Patriots are out.
Wishful thinking. No, they've been eliminated.
The Patriots are out. I think that the Ravens are pretty solidly in. I don't have the schedules in front of me, but I remember them having a pretty easy game coming up next week. Cleveland has a tough game against Pittsburgh. I know Pittsburgh hasn't played great recently. They did come back and win today against the Colts. So Cleveland might be the team that is most likely to lose next week. It'll be interesting. I can dive into the schedules and we can return to this topic on a later hit when I feel a little bit more informed. But man, there's going to be a 10-win team that misses the playoffs and maybe an 11-win team that misses the playoffs.
Without having the schedules in front of me, and like you said, we could pull those up, but I did pull up the playoff picture. And just to tell you, the Ravens, the Browns, the Dolphins, the Titans, they would all be in right now. The only team in the AFC still on the bubble, the Colts, who are 10-5 second in the AFC South. They are the only club outside looking in at the moment. The NFC has the Cardinals realistically still with a chance, but even though the Cowboys and Giants haven't been mathematically eliminated, I don't see that happening. But
the Giants can finish with the number 3 overall pick in the draft if they lose next week, or they can make the playoffs if they win. What a division. What a season.
What a world.
What a division.
Yeah, we can get into the all the schedules and all that stuff a little bit later on for sure. Take a more complete look at all this. Before we do depart, though, and of course we'll return at the half, the NFL $1 million Sunday night showdown with $250K going first if we wind up with a solo leader by the end, about 118,000 entries. It is a solo leader currently. It is Chief 925 with a roughly half-point lead. Rodgers in the captain spot. Henry, Adams, Packers DST, the Titans DST, and yes, Equinemius St. Brown, $200. He a little less than 5% owned.
He's going to probably end up in the winning lineup. I mean, there's always a chance that you need 6 players who all get into double digits, but if some of these expensive players start producing like we think that they're capable of, having a guy at $200 get you near 10 fantasy points is just a huge boost to those teams. I mean, that is tremendous production on a per dollar basis.
First career touchdown for ESB. If I don't know if anybody actually calls him that, but I'm going to start to. It's like CEH, but a little less cool, I suppose. All right, we're going to step aside. We'll return halftime, if not sooner, if something really freaky happens. In the meantime, thanks for being with us here on Leaderboard Live. Lamarca, Kaufman, and all of you. Stay tuned. Hey there, everybody. Welcome back to DraftKings Leaderboard Live. Matt LaMarca decked out in the holiday spirit. Adam Kaufman here with you. And right now it's a lopsided game in Green Bay at the break. The Packers on top 19-7. The Titans trying to make it interesting. A Jonnu Smith touchdown just before the half. But Aaron Rodgers really the story in the snow, no less. 3 passing touchdowns. The future NFL MVP. One shy of the Bundy. He's having himself a great game.
Yeah, he's looked great. Snow hasn't been an issue. He's played great all season. It's nice. He's developed some excellent chemistry with Matt LaFleur. There's a lot of talk about Rodgers being past his prime, heading into this season, and it's turned out to not be the case. So the Packers look great. I mean, their defense has played better recently. Their offense has been good all season. I think they have to be considered the favorites in the NFC at the moment.
I feel like there's a Peter LaFleur dodgeball joke in there somewhere, but I couldn't get there fast enough. Devontae Adams has himself a couple of touchdowns, and we talked about this pregame, LaMarca. So many talented guys, so many high-priced guys in this game, it became a question of where do you find value and who obviously do you play among those big names. So for those out there, and there certainly were some, that's what happens when you have north of 100,000 lineups, those who rostered Aaron Rodgers, Devontae Adams, guys like that in particular, look toward that mid-tier Jonnu Smith, who's so touchdown dependent, and found themselves, St. Brown there, equanimous for a $200 value at a touchdown as well. It was just, it's a perfect kind of construction. Meanwhile, Aaron Jones, who has battled a little bit of an injury, has done almost nothing. Derrick Henry, an upper tier guy, has done very little. He's 11 for 35 so far in this one, and that's all on the ground, doesn't even have a target. So, it's just been an interesting game of really trying to nail the perfect combination.
Yeah, and the thing that has surprised me is that Aaron Jones has not been on the field very much. I did not think that A.J. Dillon would cut into his workload as much as he has. It seems like he's playing more than Jamal Williams did as his backup. So
pacing for a bonus right now. He's 10 for 51.
Yeah, Dillon's been, the Packers running back here that you want at this point, not Aaron Jones. And that is a big surprise to me. Devontae Adams is just too good at football. Playing with Aaron Rodgers, that should be illegal for those two guys to be on the same team. But it's, they just have amazing chemistry all over the field, but particularly in the red zone. It seems like Adams scores almost every single week. He finally didn't score last week, first time in 9 games. So he made up for it by grabbing an extra one today in the first half.
How do you think this plays out? If we have another quarter that's similar to what we saw in the first half, and then you're starting to look toward, middle half of the third, fourth quarter, whatever it may be, is it really going to fall upon Dillon, maybe Jones, to basically run out the clock, or is there going to be a considerable amount of passing left in this game on the Packers side?
They're only up 12. It's a 2-score game. So we're still a long way from the Packers sort of calling off the dogs in this one. I do think that they would like to continue to run the ball. Like you said, they've had success with Dillon. So I don't think it's going to be an aerial, assault from Rodgers, but no way are they done passing at this point.
Let's take a look at the leading lineups. First, the $1 million Sunday night showdown, $250K to first if we wind up with a solo leader. Currently, among the roughly 118,000 entries, we have ourselves a 4-way tie for first, 86.04 points. Devontae Adams in the captain's, he's wearing a crown on the sidelines, fittingly enough, has himself 35.5 points in that slot with the 2 touchdowns, 6 for 56. He is about 64% owned, 17% in the captain spot. Rodgers almost 20 points already at the break. Tannehill has been a bit of a bust, doesn't even have 7. You have Jonnu Smith, who has 10, Packers DST with 8, and then A.J. Dillon has almost 7 points, who again, value $1,400.
Yeah, A.J. Dillon looking like a great play. Him and St. Brown right now, if you rostered both of them, there's a good chance that the rest of your lineup is just crushing. You're probably way up on the leaderboards at the moment, especially if you went with either Adams or Rodgers in the captain spot. So 2 very, very strong values, and 3 if you want to throw Jonnu Smith in there. So it'll be interesting to see if any of these players can sort of separate themselves from the pack in the second half. But right now, there are a few different lineup permutations that are sort of standing out as potential paths to victory. So still a lot of football left to determine things in the second half.
The $200,000 play action contest with about 79,000 entries has the same leading lineup and also a four-way tie for first. Let's move right along to a great cause. Obviously, it's the Play for Nashville contest. DraftKings contributing $1 for every entry it received in this a free entry contest toward that, victims of that explosion in Tennessee, and 84,692 entries. So a considerable amount of money being donated by DraftKings. So obviously on behalf of the company, just, thank you for entering this free contest. And, for all of you to DraftKings, thanks obviously for, always keeping your head toward the prominent causes as DK historically has done. We have a solo leader currently 84.1 points with Duds 1185. Ironically, it's Packers are best in second place by about a tenth of a point. But in this leading lineup, it's Adams again in the captain spot, Henry, who doesn't even have 4 points so far, Rogers, Smith, Dillon, and St. Brown, who you talked about. So, ironically enough, Henry is the no-show in that lineup.
Yeah, and I'm near the bottom of this contest. And I can honestly say this is probably the happiest that I am losing a contest all year. Very nice job here by DraftKings to, offer some help to some people in place that needs it right now. It's just one of those things where it feels good to help out, and winning this contest is not nearly as important as just being in this contest.
Yeah, absolutely. Although obviously for the 250 that finish atop the leaderboard here, it'll be nice to get some DK swag as, DraftKings rewarding you for your contributions of simply being there, as LaMarcus said. So best of luck, obviously, to all those toward the top, and even those in spots like LaMarca who are just holding out hope in the second half for a crazy swing in this game with what we've seen so far. But, it's been interesting. Let's take a look, though, at factoring in some of what happened earlier. Remember, it's a Sunday, folks, here in Week 16, so there was a lot of football played earlier in the day. The NFC East in particular. So you have Washington at 6-9, tied with the Cowboys, by the way. Dallas has not relented, also 6-9. The Giants at 5-10. The Eagles 4-10-1. And as far as Week 17, because remember, one team gets into the playoffs. Someone has to win this division. Nobody's going into a wild card spot from the NFC East. So it's a question of who is going to make it. Week 17 ahead of us. If Washington wins against the Eagles, that's it. Division over. Alex Smith and company, seemingly Alex Smith anyway, the Washington football team, WFT, off to the playoffs. But if Washington loses and the Cowboys and Giants game, that will determine the winner. So it's coming down to the wire. It's going to be incredibly exciting. I think over the course of the season, we have known it would come down to this. What we probably didn't envision was that it was actually going to be fun.
Yeah, that's putting it well. I was disappointed with how Philly played today. I thought that everything was setting up for them to come in and steal the division. All they needed to do was beat Dallas. They looked pretty good playing the past couple of weeks. They lost a close one against Arizona, but they, beat the Saints 2 weeks prior. Jalen Hurts doing some pretty unprecedented things for a rookie quarterback, but they just couldn't get the job done today. So they're out of the picture. And now it comes down to Washington, the Giants, and the Cowboys. We'll see if Alex Smith is ready to go. He practiced all week. It sounded like he was kind of a game time decision today. So you would think that puts him on track to suit up, and boy, do they need him. Dwayne Haskins, it's just not going to work out with him. It seems like he may be done with football in general. Got benched for Taylor Heineke today. Third time he's been benched for a different quarterback this season. So they really need Alex Smith. If he's back, they're gonna have a chance to win that game. And if not, I can't think of a more fun outcome than a Dallas versus the New York Giants play-in game to the playoffs. Potentially flex that bad boy, move it out to Sunday Night Football. I think that would be the first time all season that anyone would be happy to see an NFC East game in primetime television.
If you are an upper management, GM, executives, owner of one of these teams, obviously, like, your coaches, your players, you're playing to win. That's your job.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're management, are you thinking we want to get into the playoffs, or are you thinking, no, wait a minute, we want a good draft pick? Don't do this because you're not going to win. You're not a contender.
I think you always want to make the playoffs. I mean, the way that the NFL works, we know that anything can happen. Are the Giants, the Cowboys, or Washington going to win the Super Bowl this year? No, it's not going to happen. But can they pull off a first-round upset? Why not? Everybody made fun of that Seattle team that made the playoffs at 7-9, and they won a first-round playoff game against this superior team. I think that was the Beastquake game, if memory serves. So why can't we get an excellent highlight and maybe a good game and an upset from one of these NFC least teams? So maybe it would be better for these teams to think long term and think, okay, let's set ourselves up with a better draft pick. We'll be better in the future, but that's just not the way the NFL works. If this was the NBA, I think we could talk ourselves into some of these teams getting a little creative, the last couple of weeks of the season. But the NFL, these guys just want to win. There's only 16 games, play them all.
We'll do a more expansive look at the playoffs and, what needs to happen, obviously, going forward in a little bit. But before we do depart, I know half number 2 is just getting underway here between the Packers up 19-7, on the Titans. If you had to identify one, who's your player to watch in the second half?
I'm going to say Ryan Tannehill. I think it's on him to make this a game. The run game hasn't been there. The Packers are selling out to stop Derrick Henry. And if they get into any deeper of a hole, it's going to be on Tannehill to sort of dig them out. Tannehill is not the kind of guy, he's more of a game manager than a guy who's out there, throwing it all over the field like Aaron Rodgers. But he has been so good since taking over at quarterback for the Titans. I would love to see him put together a couple drives here and make this a game.
All right, we're going to step aside. We will return for the third quarter break, if not sooner, if something really wild and crazy happens. In the meantime, Lamarca Kaufman, all of you, thanks for being with us. We will return here on DraftKings Leaderboard Live. What's up, everyone? Welcome back to DraftKings Leaderboard Live. Adam Kaufman, he is Matt LaMarca. The Packers running all over the Tennessee Titans at Lambeau, a snow-covered Lambeau. 33-14 through three quarters. Fourth quarter is just underway. We'll get to leading lineups and all that fun stuff. But Davante Adams, 3 touchdown catches from Aaron Rodgers in this one. Rodgers pulling an Al Bundy. He's thrown for 4 touchdowns in a single game. Yeah, he's actually done it. Davante Adams now tied for 5th with 17 touchdowns in terms of NFL receiving TDs in a single season all time. Randy Moss is the leader back with the Patriots in 2007, has 23. And, of course, Davante Adams only 1 week to get 6 more. 1 week and a quarter anyway. We'll see if he's able to do it. He is 9 for 83, having himself a monster game, obviously a huge fantasy game. A.J. Dillon, though, I'm not sure we can say enough about this guy. At $1,400 coming in, 14 for 92 on the ground, a touchdown for the Boston College product, and, Aaron Jones is just sitting and watching for the most part.
Well, Jones did have that long run that he probably stepped out of bounds on, and the ref didn't call it, and the Titans didn't challenge it, so it counts. It's in the record book now, Kaufman. But yeah, the Packers' ground attack has been very efficient. I mean, those two guys combined are averaging over 7 yards per carry. So Davante Adams has been scoring the touchdowns, but the Packers' running game has been a huge factor here, which we kind of expected in the snow. And for the record, Adams, one of the best seasons I can remember for a wide receiver. I know we said he's now tied for 5th with 17 touchdowns. Keep in mind that this guy missed 2 games, maybe even 3 games to start the season. So he's playing with a little bit less than some of these other top seasons, but averaging nearly 100 yards per game, averaging, a bajillion catches a game. It feels like 8.2 is the official number. But Davante Adams just insanely good at playing wide receiver.
It's hard to be surprised by anything Aaron Rodgers does at any point this season. He's just been on a mission basically since the moment Jordan Love was drafted in the opening round by the Packers, and he started to think about plans post Green Bay. Well, maybe not yet. The seems like soon to be NFL MVP for this year. I mentioned it already, the 4 touchdown passes. Is he exceeding your expectations tonight in the snow?
Yes. I mean, I love Aaron Rodgers. I think for my money, he might be the second best quarterback I've ever seen. I still think Peyton Manning was the best I ever saw do it. Maybe I'm a little biased against Tom Brady, but I think that guy. I think that guy had some surplus advantages that maybe these other two haven't necessarily had throughout their careers. So I think Aaron Rodgers is great, but anytime you can come out and you can complete, you have more touchdown passes than incompletions. Yeah, that exceeds my expectations.
Yeah, he has been excellent. 19 of 22 for those 4 TDs, 166 for him. Got to wonder if they're going to dominate in terms of, run game in this fourth quarter, try and run out the clock. Aaron Jones up to 94 on the ground to Dillon's 92. Who knows? They could both hit the bonus. Wouldn't
Double
be at all
bonus.
surprised by that if that ends up happening. While we have a moment, because I know people watching us and the game, they'd probably like to go back to focusing on the fourth quarter, but the NFC AFC wildcard situation. You have done your studying since we last spoke. Let's start in the AFC. At the moment, you have the Chiefs, Steelers, Bills. They've all clinched. Titans, Dolphins, Ravens, Browns are currently in playoff positions. Only one team is on the bubble. That is the Colts. Same 10-5 as the Browns, the Ravens, the Dolphins.
And likely the Titans after this.
Correct.
Result.
Exactly. So which is the odd team out?
In terms of matchup, you got to look at the Pittsburgh Steelers versus the Cleveland Browns. The Browns, they could have avoided this whole situation if they just took care of business today against the Jets, but they didn't, and now they have to win a home game. Luckily, it is a home game, but they're going to have to beat the Pittsburgh Steelers, who maybe found their mojo in the second half against the Colts. So that's one game that I think could be a potential stumbling block. You've also got the Dolphins. They have to head to Buffalo to take on the Bills. The big question is, since both of those teams have clinched and neither of those teams can catch the Chiefs, how seriously are they going to take them, right? Is there any difference between being the 2 seed and being the 3 seed this season? Not really. I mean, you would get home field advantage in the second round of the playoffs should both of those teams advance, but I don't know how much those two teams are going to go after it. Is it more important, a team like the Steelers, who hasn't technically had a bye all year, right? Their bye week was a week that they were supposed to play a game that got postponed. So they never had that week off to recover their bodies. Are they better suited trying to lock up the 2 seed next week or getting, their ancient quarterback some rest? I think they lean towards the latter. So it's going to be interesting to see what these teams do, how seriously they take them. The one team that I think for sure is going to find themselves in the playoffs is the Baltimore Ravens. They are taking on the Bengals. Even though the Bengals have now won 2 games in a row, I still think that they're outclassed here pretty badly.
Somebody build a statue of Ryan Finley. Send Joe Burrow packing. Put him on his way. Over in the NFC, the Packers, who of course are on the verge of 12-3 and sitting in the top spot as things stand in the NFC. They've clinched a playoff spot, as have the Saints, Seahawks, and Buccaneers. So the Washington football team, Rams, Bears are all currently in playoff positions. The Cardinals have the opportunity to knock Chicago out, and the Cowboys and Giants lurking, as we talked about, because someone has to win the NFC East. So ultimately, how does this play out?
Yeah, the one thing I'm not sure of is if Green Bay holds on to win this game, they will have a 1-game lead. I'm not sure how it would work in terms of tiebreaker scenarios if a win tonight automatically guarantees them the number 1 seed. But regardless, you would think that they might take some pride in knocking their biggest rival out of the playoff picture. So it's going to be a tough road for Chicago to qualify for the postseason. On the other side, you've got the Rams and the Cardinals, another tough game. So, both of those teams could be, probably will be underdogs if their opponents come out at full strength. So we're going to have to pay attention to the news. We're going to have to see who's going to rest, who's going to play guys. The Rams, I think, are locked into a wild card berth. Yes, now that they've lost to Seattle this week. Mm-hmm. So they probably don't have as much to play for as a team like the Packers does. So we'll see how how things work out. I think we're ultimately going to get the Arizona Cardinals in the playoffs. That's my prediction for the NFC.
Okay, I like it. Let's see here. We are about 4 minutes into this fourth quarter. 33-14 is the lead for Green Bay. And just to quickly look at the leading lineup, obviously ever-changing in the $1 million Sunday Night Football showdown here, $250K to first if we wind up with a solo leader. Currently, it is a big 25-way tie for first. Adams in the captain spot. He has about 53 points now, 16.5% owned in that slot, 63.5% overall. Aaron Rodgers got the fire emoji, almost 25 points, closing in on 20. Ryan Tannehill, who has turned things around. He had the long touchdown run coming out of the half. You have Aaron Jones, who's sitting about 13, but that can change dramatically if he hits the bonus, obviously. A.J. Dillon already almost 17 points, again, at $1,400, but people were astute because they were not fooled. He is about 30% owned, and it's St. Brown here. I'm not going to fumble over his name. Equiminius.
Nope.
St. Brown is what it is. $200. He has about 10 points. What do you think of this lineup here other than, really good?
Yeah. Oh, really good. Really good lineup. The AJ Brown thing I was clearly wrong on. What's interesting to me is that it looks like playing him and Aaron Jones together ended up being, sort of like the winning strategy. Obviously you needed Adams in the captain spot. You needed Aaron Rodgers. It was all about the Equinemius play. You had to get him at $200. You had to get AJ Dillon at $1,400. and that allowed you to just jam in every other stud on the slate. Sometimes that strategy works out, sometimes it doesn't. Clearly tonight, with two guys providing massive value at their prices, that was the way to go.
Notably, though, fading Derrick Henry, who, it's not as though he's been a slouch necessarily. He's a couple yards away from hitting the bonus on the ground, so he hasn't had a bad game, but he hasn't lived up to the hype that I think people had for him coming in.
Correct.
Nothing in the air for him. In fact,
by the way, I did just verify this. Because the Seahawks beat the Rams today.
Yep.
The Packers need to they need a positive result next week to guarantee the 1 seed. If they beat the Bears, they lock up the 1 seed. They could get it if Seattle loses next week, but I'm sure Green Bay wants to just take care of business, leave everything in their own hands. So, yeah, it's going to be a really tough road for Chicago. Mitch Trubisky and David Montgomery have looked very good the past couple of weeks, but this is a huge step up in weight class. So I'll be interested to watch that game. I think that the Bears might have a chance. They're frisky, but the Packers are just playing such good football right now. It's hard to see Chicago actually winning that game.
Don't go anywhere, folks. More on all that when we come back, and also get you set for some fun stuff going on in the Dream Stream the next couple of days. Conference championship games in Simland. The Madden Holiday Tournament wraps up on Tuesday. Conference title games tomorrow. So it's a lot of fun on the way here on the DraftKings YouTube, Twitch, and other channels you do not want to miss. But first, we got to close out Leaderboard Live when this thing ends, see if Tennessee can do anything to make this just a little bit more interesting, or at the very least, shake up some lineups. For Lamarca, I am Kaufman. Stay with us here. We'll return. Leaderboard Live. Matt LaMarca. I am Adam Kaufman. Packers, top seed in the NFC still. They haven't quite secured that number one, but they are well on their way with 1 week left in the regular season. 40-14 winners against the Titans in a game that, quite frankly, Matty, was never all that competitive. 52. That's what the line dropped to just before kickoff on account of the snow falling. We still wound up at 54 points. Are you surprised that we got the over?
I won't say surprised. I mean, these are two very good offenses. You know, a lot of times we do see when these lines come down due to, you know, weather concerns, a lot of the times they do end up overcorrecting. So that's why I don't generally like to just blindly chase the weather steam moves. If you're going to do that, you need to be on it early, because if you did attack this under early in the week, you likely did win your bet tonight. So as always, sports betting is more about just getting the best of the number as opposed to anything else.
Well, there are a lot of great performers in this one, as we know, and we'll look at projected winning lineups and all of that good stuff. But Aaron Rodgers, 4 touchdown passes, 3 of those to Davante Adams, who was simply incredible. You know, a lot of people considered or did fade this guy. He wasn't owned 100%. Nobody ever is, but he was owned about 64% of lineups, which means obviously a good chunk of people said, there's a lot of talent elsewhere. I don't know if this is going to be his night, be it the weather or you just want to pay up somewhere else. Well, 11 for 142 and 3 scores for Davante Adams. He was incredible, but still, despite maybe being the play of the night, not the play of the night that most are going to come away thinking about when you consider A.J. Dillon popping in, getting a role with obviously the depth of the Packers running game ruled out of this one. He gets an opportunity against, kind of behind, at times ahead of Aaron Jones for that matter, goes for about 30 fantasy points. He was only $1,400 in the flex.
Yeah, and I will take the L on that one. I said that I didn't think that it would be as big of a timeshare, with Jones and Dillon as it was with Jones and Jamal Williams, but it was honestly more of a timeshare than it has been with Jamal Williams for most of the season. And A.J. Dillon looked good. He's a powerful running back. I mean, you look at that guy on the field and he is all lower body. He was kind of comped to a guy like Derrick Henry, who was on the other side of the field tonight. So it was nice to see him get an opportunity and make the most of it. But we talked about how bad Tennessee's defense is, especially in the trenches. Without Jadeveon Clowney, they just don't have a ton of talent up there. They're dead last in adjusted sack rate this season. So yeah, this Titans team, they have the offensive potential to maybe win a game or two in the playoffs, but it is tough to see that defense preventing other teams from scoring enough points. I mean, particularly if they run into the Chiefs. The Chiefs are just going to have an absolute field day against that unit.
For Green Bay, Aaron Rodgers, 4 touchdown passes, 231 in the air. He was picked off once as well, also ran for almost 20 yards. A.J. Dillon, the Boston College product, 21 for 124, a couple of scores. Aaron Jones, 10 for 94, so just missed out on the bonus, as did Derrick Henry on the other side, by the way, 23 for 98. Ryan Tannehill was fine, not great by any stretch. He had a couple of touchdowns, one in the air, one on the ground, intercepted twice. In terms of the pass catchers, Davante Adams, the guy. We talked about him, 11 for 142 with the 3 scores. No one else with more than 21 yards receiving for Green Bay. Seriously, nobody else. For the Titans, you had A.J. Brown, 4 for 43, and Jonnu Smith, 3 for 30 with a touchdown. No one else with more than 20. So this game, in many ways, Adams aside, really was about the running backs on both sides of the ball. That in mind, let us look at the projected winning lineup here. It's not been finalized yet. The $1 million Sunday night showdown, $250K to first, but of course, we have a 25-way tie for first currently. Adams in the captain spot where he had, I'm not stuttering, almost 70 points. 70 points in the captain spot. Rodgers, about 26. Tannehill fell short of 20. Jones with about 13. Dillon, as I mentioned, almost 30. And Equanimous St. Brown, 9.1. He was about 5% owned. Is he the guy that ultimately made this lineup possible?
Yeah, I mean, yes, at $200, he allowed, basically, he allowed these winners to jam the four of the five most expensive players into their lineups. But AJ Dillon here also was not nearly as highly owned. There were people out there like me that weren't a fan of him. And I think if we knew that Dillon was going to get, twice as many carries as Jones tonight, his ownership would have been 80+%. So getting him as low owned as he was, even though he wasn't sneaky, quote unquote, he still was way under owned relative to what he should have been.
That leading lineup, 164.58 points, the same eventual projected winning lineup in the other contests that we have been monitoring tonight, including the Play for Nashville free charitable contest with $1 per entry going to the ultimately the charities there in Nashville. 84,692 entries joining for free. DraftKings contributing $1 per to that charity, helping out the victims of the explosion in Nashville. So obviously great cause there by DraftKings, and the top 250 coming away with success in this contest, getting DK swag as well. So if you happen to be listening and you are one of them, stay tuned for details on that. But again, thanks just for entering, for being there, as LaMarcus said earlier, because it really was effortless to get involved in this charitable promotion, in a matter of speaking. Promotion, not the right word for it, because obviously a great endeavor on the part of DraftKings, but a promotion in the sense that all of you hopped in, and we are grateful for that. Taking a look, though, at NFL standings here, as Green Bay now improving to 12-3, game in front of the Saints, tops in the NFC South, tops in the NFC in general, and in a great position to get the bye. Clearly, Tennessee now needs a win next week. So how do you like each of their chances in the playoffs? Why don't you start with the Pack?
Yeah, I think the Packers are the favorites. I mean, they should get the bye. They're if they get a win next week versus Chicago, or if Seattle loses next week and they are taking on the 49ers, if either of those situations happens, the Packers get the number one seed, and I would not want to go into Lambeau Field to play that team right now. They look just so dominant, and we know how big of a factor Lambeau can be in these winter months. That is not an easy place to go play a football game. I'm pretty sure Tom Coughlin still has frostbites on his cheeks from that playoff game he played against them a couple of years ago. So I like the Packers' chances. As for the Titans, you have to think that they are also favored right now to get into the playoffs. They take on Houston next week. Houston has been pretty much a disaster this season, from everything from a PED suspension for Will Fuller to, their head coach getting fired after a near mutiny. So this has been a lost season for the Texans. They don't even have their first-round pick to lean on next season. Really, the only thing that team has going for them is Deshaun Watson. So you would expect the Titans to be able to pull that one out. And if they win that game, they should get into the playoffs. I think they're almost guaranteed to get into the playoffs if they win that game and win the division. So I like their chances, and then we'll see what happens from there. These AFC playoffs are going to be very entertaining, especially that first round, because I think any team that isn't the Chiefs can lose to any of the other playoff teams on any given Sunday.
So ultimately, which Week 17 game are you looking forward to the most? Is it this Washington-Philly game that's been moved to Sunday night? Is it the Cowboys-Giants game that could ultimately decide the NFC East? Is it something else entirely? What do you think?
Yeah, I'm definitely focused on the NFC East. I think that those teams, while they haven't been the best, and that's an understatement, they have played some entertaining football games when they've been facing off against each other. So we'll see what that offers. I also really like these Week 17 rivalry games with something at stake. Do the Steelers take their foot off the gas against the Cleveland Browns? We'll see. The Packers playing for the number one seed versus the Bears playing to get into the playoffs. That should be a great matchup. Same thing goes for the Dolphins and the Bills. I think there are going to be some good games in Week 17. There are always going to be teams that choose to rest players, and it's probably beneficial for a lot of these teams in this wild season that we've had so far. But as long as we're going to have some starters on the field in some of these games, I think we should have an entertaining Sunday ahead of us.
Well, speaking of entertaining and wild seasons, let us not, Maddie, forget about the Madden Holiday Tournament, which resumes with conference championship games tomorrow, Monday, start of a new week, a holiday week at DK, but a new week nonetheless, and some big games on the way with extended pregame coverage. I know typically we come at you 5 minutes or so before kickoff. Not the case tomorrow. Half-hour pregames for each conference title game. And it begins with coverage at 1:30 Eastern time. You will have Emerson Latzia and Reed T. Fowler, Sweet Tea, coming at you for Buccaneers Saints NFC Championship game. We'll be with you at 2 o'clock for that one. You do not want to miss it. And then the AFC Championship game, it is 3:30 pregame coverage. Me, Zach Thompson, Ravens, Chiefs for that one. Kickoff at 4. So it's going to be some fun leading into, obviously, two of these 4 teams are going to match up ultimately in the Madden Holiday Championship game coming up Tuesday evening, and there's so much good stuff planned for that I can't even tell you about. All I can say is make sure you want to be there, and there's also going to be some enticing contests you're going to want to be part of as well. But